imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough. Yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke where the match is. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. And my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast so I can ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke where the match is. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money. I see you bitches acting funny. Can't take nothing from me. Nah, rapping blunts like mummies. Yeah, we freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. That's 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke where the match is. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
I took people's drop boxes. I was like, are you a conservative, ma'am? And like an old lady would be like, yeah, I'm a conservative. And I would fucking deck her, take her ballot and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, you're not allowed to vote this way in California. That's right, bitch. I got a funny one for you. Okay, here, look at this.
With what we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected.
This.
We obviously don't know yet.
And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute.
She wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute. Make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
Dojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, yeah, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red eye, penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh.
Walking on the floor, this shirt, no one protects me. Wanna show shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna XD. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running with my clique, yeah, they got me till I fall. Complaining if a bag's worth more than your love, yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I can taste it.
Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it.
I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got thotties different races. Yeah. Did my dirt, I had a mask, I'm moving faceless.
I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases.
Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the stew,
feel
I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh.
Don't like me, 'cause I'm oh, yeah. Alright, let's go. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash that it's all. Hey, yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work slip. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spend.
We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, our democracy. You had better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing? When we have a great system, great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of...
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet?
We don't change.
How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. You're having a good day. It is hump day. So the week's basically over. Aliens real? Confirmed? Maybe? I don't know about all that. I did see some very interesting clips today. I tried not to watch like all of it, but it's very interesting. It's Cat Thor. Thor. Kyle, hello. What's good? I'm so excited about this alien hearing. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. They're making some crazy ass claims. Just like career-ending claims. I can't like imagine that you would just like make all this up. We're gonna be listening to it on 1.25 speed because it is 2.5 hours. But I do want to watch all of it at the same time. I don't even know who these guys are. I think we saw one of them on News Nation before. But they're all like government guys, right? As far as I understand. Formerly military and shit. Pilots. All pilots? Damn. Okay. After all the freak out about the balloons, I don't know if I trust pilots anymore. High clearance, crazy shit. I mean, the Pentagon denied it. Obviously. They're like, we can not confirm that. But I don't know. Different than balloons, right? But like, could it not have been like an optical illusion or something? I don't know. But they say they've seen bodies, which is crazy. Or they know people who have seen the bodies. That's the thing. It's like, I know a guy. Oh, I can tell you later. The sensor data. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So I don't know. I was just listening to Caroline making fun of people taking it too seriously, and now I'm like, well, shit. Am I taking it too seriously? I don't know. I mean, I'm also down to meme about it, but like 20-year vets. Damn. Yeah, it's wild. Like, I don't know. I guess like even if you lose your pilot career, you can still go on the right-wing circuit and write books and shit. But I don't know. Been doing this for 20 years, like I assume you like doing it, you know? Crazy. Crazy. Are people that retired. Oh, they already retired. Expected and awarded. Fuck. Fuck. I don't know. I guess I've seen on Twitter a lot of right-wingers saying it's like a hoax. They're distracting from Ukraine or something. So that does make me think it might be real. Uh, God, I just saw this meme scrolling the hashtag. Are you not shocked? Man, I got a lot going on lately. Ah, real. I guess we should probably start since it's so fucking long. Fucking Maggie. The close-ups. Does it ever start? Hello.
I propose legislation
Okay.
based on transparency. Florida, Mr.
Oh my god. Oh, I see a gavel. Tinfoil hatter, let's fucking go. Aliens. Watching UFO videos so long. I want it to be real so that I like just confirm that I'm not crazy. You know? When like I'm not too gullible. All these coincidence, we just happened to figure out nuclear fusion, advanced AI, and room temperature superconducting and quantum computing. Wait, you think that was all aliens? Haven't we been working on all those things for a really long time, though? And also, didn't the AI, like, help us with, like, half of that? I don't know. No progress. Then all of a sudden. I mean, that's, like, how, like, technological advances go, right? It, like, plateaus and then it's just, like, skyrockets. Hi, Mr. D. Reverse engineering. I mean, it could be. That would be cool as fuck. I mean, then we would be, like, able to do intergalactic travel, too, if we could reverse engineer everything they had. Like, I don't know.
The subcommittee hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Additionally, without objection, the following members are waived onto the subcommittee for the purpose of participating in today's hearing. Mr. Burchett of Tennessee, Ms. Luna of Florida, Mr. Getz of Florida, Mr. Burleson of Missouri, Mrs. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Without objection, so ordered. For today's subcommittee hearing, both the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes.
Yo, AOC, I'm like kind of concerned that she's like on it. It's too quiet. Hold on. Okay, that should be better.
Minutes for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party.
Quiet
I'm now going to
for me, too.
recognize myself for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning and welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as the witnesses on the panel today, for sharing their stories on how they've engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book, in any event, it's led interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO. So,
wait. The aliens already tried to talk to the presidents. Holy. It must be real then.
This has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs.
Wasn't that, I think that was Neil deGrasse Tyson's for why it's not real. He thinks they're all fake sightings because they didn't land on the lawn of the White House and shake the hand of the president. I mean, hello. It's right there.
The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, to conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs that will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked, and that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these. The Biden administration's description of events has shown that the government continues not to be forthright. Between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency from the Department of Defense, our intelligence community, and our defense industry on the UAP work. We're going to ask some questions about that today. Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs as multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today, we'll see clarity from these witnesses' testimonies, or we'll see clarity as to...
Oh yeah, there was that clip of Obama, getting asked about aliens, and he's like, I can't say. Was it Hassan Minhaj?
What can be done to improve reporting for military and civilians and remain committed to objective inquiry. Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about ways we can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony. Now I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics. I think the cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my colleagues, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, sitting beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across.
Very educated. He might be educated. He's just Southern, okay? Don't discriminate. I say y'all. Do I sound uneducated? Wait. Heck, wait.
The aisle has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions. My buddy Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gaetz, if it hadn't been for...
I know, too educated in the South, yeah.
For Matt Gaetz, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's...
What's going on with this video? Is it his face?
sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence reference documents advanced space propulsion based on vacuum, space-time metric engineering. Some light reading for some of our members.
Without objection.
Thank you.
It's all a simulation. No, it looks like there's wood grain on his face. It like blended it together.
You know, Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position of our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade. He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude. It's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal memos. And Mr. Cabral says, as he writes these words, the UFO is...
There's a rough way to say it needs to moisturize. Yeah. I mean, don't forget your sunscreen, y'all.
Emerging as a major topic of global importance. I can state that as a fact. Out there, I met a fellow who came in here all the way from Denmark to be here for this meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on. But I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these three brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude.
God damn it! God damn it! Salute these brave soldiers. God damn it! God, this is not starting off well.
Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time. Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this, and I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers and their families. And I'm thankful to them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there, and now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress.
Wait, I didn't see that. Accidental Truth. Was that about this whole thing?
It's been so difficult to get here today. I've said, you know, in the Baptist church, we'd say that the devil's in our way. And the devil has been in our way through this thing. We've run into roadblocks from members, from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if an airline pilot has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them. And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint about half y'all. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman? Or is that...
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump.
I just want to watch this trailer really quick.
Story about a shadowy government. The UFO reality can no longer be denied. In 2017, the New York Times broke a front-page story about a shadowy government program.
Pentagon had this secret UFO monitoring agency which nobody knew about.
Don't ask me, because I'm not going to tell you.
Instead of answers, we've been given a new narrative. The UAPs are not ours or any foreign governments.
Then the question is, whose are they?
You can ask the questions, but who are you going to ask?
How do you know for sure it's not any foreign governments? Like, why would they tell you about secret technology they have? Like, especially, like, China? Like, we're not, like, exactly on friendly terms.
Ask them up, and you've got to make sure you're asking the right people.
There are many things that are out there in the ether that aren't officially brought to our attention.
How would it have to be officially brought to your attention? I'm bringing it to your attention.
Sure.
Do you expect to see real answers in this report?
Honestly, I don't think so, Jake.
Memorable quote in that is, technology not of this earth, not made by man.
That's a profound moment.
So have you studied classified materials, but you just don't have them?
I just shouldn't say anything more.
Individuals at the Pentagon confirmed the Roswell spacecraft is real.
Because it defies the laws of physics? Like, not something that someone could make secretly. It's literally possible. You know it. But that's why you would want to keep it secret, right? If you broke the laws of physics, are you gonna tell everyone? I wouldn't. They would rule the planet without question or challenge. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Maybe they do. Who knows?
It's just a complete cover-up.
Some phenomena point to an interaction with consciousness.
Maybe the physical evolved from consciousness.
Life may exist in all sorts of forms. The question is, what's our definition of life?
There is a much deeper reality that we exist.
Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been...
So, I'm not saying he's a grifter, but participating in a movie like that, I don't know. I have questions, you know? I'm just gonna put that out there. I'm skeptical. Which guy was that? I didn't look at the cast.
Explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them. And from my personal experience, I believe the same thing.
I mean, yeah. Government not telling you everything? What?
Another poll found that nearly half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative Burchett just referenced on the FA bill that just went through, you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of—
Not the gaslighting. Not the gaslighting. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, she was like kind of spitting up until she said gaslighting. Girl. Please leave your TikTok psychological lingo out of this shit.
Intelligent life forms exist other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We are simply told not to question—
What are they whispering about?
—the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a skiff prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grush, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue, particularly to Congressman Burchett. I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work.
How long do these fucking introductions go on? Oh my god.
I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious. That
everyone just sucking each other dick like, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. No, thank you.
And that it also provides appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor's experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight, and that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on.
Oh shit, I forgot to go live on Twitter and Instagram. My bad. Whoops. Just 30 minutes into this. Oh well, I mean, it's just starting anyway, I guess.
Going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress, and I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers. We know that whistleblowers have reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well, and this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have national security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As a ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee. We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't be afraid of the truth. I'm proud to say that this hearing builds upon bipartisan work by members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which has sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to their defense authorization bill, which will create a commission with broad declassification authority, and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country. I also just want to say more broadly that we should look at this hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time, to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs. Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account. Though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Ratcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world, but when it comes to UAPs, nothing? Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development, satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I would yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grush, is a former Senior Intelligence Officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a Senior Technical Advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole
Yo, finally. Holy shit.
whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2
Did he just say bird shit?
deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, and eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP.
What is visual ID? Does he mean seeing it? By seeing it?
The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at
Subtle plug. Always be plugging.
major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe.
It sounds fucking crazy, dude. Like, something just like immediately changing direction or whatever the fuck. Like, I think my mind would break. I need to see it to believe it. I'm like, I don't believe you because that seems impossible. Like,
to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety.
True.
The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Rush.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful.
Dude, this is the most awake I've ever seen people in Congress. I'm gonna be real. It's literally physically impossible, right? Like, that's like, that's why it's so hard to believe, right? I want video. I want to see those radar scans. I want to see the alien body. Like, what? Something. Show me something. The only evidence is what you have to say? Give me more.
For your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD.
The texture on his face is weird too.
19.
You see what I mean? Like his hair. It's like, it's too, much contrast. Like, what is that? It's all fake, brother. It's all fake. Can't though. The radar they use is a classified radar. They were just built in the years, as I said. They upgraded to a new radar. They were finally able to see these things. I know, but they were able to see it, so I want to see those scans. There for a long... Right. Yeah, I mean, people have been seeing shit for years, allegedly, so... Our current standard, if the enemy gets that, it's useless. What, you can't even show, like, a picture? Like a screenshot?
Urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues.
Do you know the specifics of the new radar system? Like, what is the new capability that the new radars have that they didn't before? Some kind of... It's classified. Oh. Sure. Sure. Oh. Not detectable by normal radar. Then you... Don't even know how to read scans. Interesting. Who knows the specs? I mean, I guess I see what you're saying, but like, I don't know. How do they, like... There's just nothing? They got nothing?
I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was...
That's what I don't like about this. Like, this guy, he was just told things. He's just like, it is your hearsay.
...as a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's briefing staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting a variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive-level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which
I mean, when you see dots on a scan, you don't see what that radar was meant to detect. You just see the dots. It, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid and I don't know how radars work, but like, isn't it just like a beep beep and it does the circle around? Like, I don't... How different could this one be? Decade or more. Seen too many movies. Okay, but like, I also have never been in the military, so I do not know.
I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressman, Congresswoman. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that's been in the news for the past 6 years.
Join up.
Continuing to gain momentum.
Turf your country, dadgummit. You think all those men died in World War II so you could sit at home and stream talking shit about Congress people and these brave pilots? Oh my god.
As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended, and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was close.
Wait, didn't we just make a plane that can go to space? There's gonna be like commercial flights that go out to space. It's like gonna be like faster, actually. I don't know. I mean, not instantly, true. But I mean, the military is far ahead of what we have knowledge of publicly.
The perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a small, saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look at the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac...
Did he say how far away it was from him? Because, like, if it's far enough away, then you're not going to see the details of what the propulsion system is. You know what I mean?
We consumed 270 degrees and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingman, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cat point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to him, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. There was an unofficial report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Kean, who is present today, Rob Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times, and it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where are they from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it, not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that can undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged WAVE programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. If we are, like, trying to reverse engineer shit, then they're not gonna say shit. They're not gonna tell you a goddamn thing. It's like kind of pointless, you know?
In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Calling myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP, but more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not.
Wait, they don't even know what to do? They're not even told what to do? Wait. Did I understand that correctly? They're not, like, trained on what to do if they see a UAP. Sorry, what?
Acknowledging this risk.
Okay, what steps do you think have to be taken to improve a pilot's UAP reporting, be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There's a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there's a
Start an intergalactic incident? No. I mean, like, retreat and report or something. Like, abort mission. I don't, fucking something. Like, yeah, like, he just said, like, there's no fucking reporting system, like, and they're afraid.
Dearth of data due to the fact that the
He's
reporting has
between
been limited
legs.
up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware. Nothing was done.
Did your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was a commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay.
Love that.
I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional action.
It's like, it could be fake if it was like one guy, right? But it's like a bunch of guys all saying like the same things. I don't know.
Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so that operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in the pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the things...
Oh, they don't know each other. They served at different times and stuff. Oh. It's all the same and wild. Yeah. That is crazy.
Concerns that for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they're reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send us to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's it's a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. You know, so if you took the East Coast, you know, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, you know, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system, and so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as a government to encourage, facilitate more civilian reporting?
I think we're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Fravor?
No, I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots, another question for Mr. Grush. One of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion, Mr. Graves, last night as well, is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know that you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Grush, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General and some of which to the Intelligence Committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from the committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting. And we'll get together on that. Maybe you could be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions. Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's zero airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
They just stay still. Dude, what the fuck? Ayo, what the fuck? They can't be real. Is there like a mass hallucination event happening? Because like, that's insane. What do they want?
Okay, have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Fravor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that, because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, hey, boomer. And I said, no, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're going to have to just look it up. And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much. As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So thank you. Mr. Favor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance. Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grush, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would think, that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question.
Huh? Huh?
I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a
Bro, what? Ayo, what the fuck? Everyone was smiling a second ago, and now everyone's like, Keck, wait. What the fuck did you just say? Dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Protecting him, I think. I hope so. I fucking hope so. Jesus. That's insane. Do you remember Alex from Secure Team 10? My alien guy? He, swears that he got abducted. There was, like, several months. And he got this on video of, like, strange vans hanging outside his house. And then one night, he just woke up in his car, and the car was, like, crashed. And he didn't remember anything. And they, like, charged him with DUI, even though he, like, hadn't been drinking. It's a crazy story. Talk to them under his breath. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen them, they've been whispering. And then he disappeared. He disappeared for, like, 5 months with some sort of kidney issue. And then he came back and he never fucking talked about it again. He literally never mentioned it again. Ever. It's crazy.
If we could get in a confidential area skiff, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the skiff, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario. Mr. Favor, do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone. So there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were in another instance. We're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do, range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay. I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp, breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that. And the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back to you for no time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being conducted across the world. And that's from the All-Domain Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
Well, fuck. All of them. Bro, what? They're everywhere. The Navy is goddamn everywhere. Let me just pull up a map. In the world. All these maps I'm seeing are just for military, but just to get an idea, they're goddamn everywhere. They're all over the goddamn place. We're famous, let's go! In an alien Truman Show. Oh my god, the worst film of all time. So like, yeah, they're everywhere. Aliens are everywhere, is what you're telling me. Hate that. Hate that. I don't think this is even all of them. Let me read this. Hold on. At the end of the Cold War, the United States controlled around 1,600 bases overseas. This map reflects their relative number and positioning. Oh my god, wait. This is the Cold War? Oh god, this is 1989. Oh god. There's so many more now. I thought this seemed sparse. Be everywhere. No public map. Yeah. I mean, most of them are like public. No, like, reason for us to hide them. In fact, it's better if they do know. Here we go. Naval installation. Yeah, I guess that's about the same. Two in Japan. That's crazy. No, 3. Wait. 4? Is there 4 in Japan? Holy. That's crazy. Oh my god. God damn it. God damn America.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public with your experience?
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years.
What? Wait. Sorry, I need to hear that again.
Different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily...
What? It's a cube inside of a sphere. But it's a tic-tac? Wait, I'm so confused.
What was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so, so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempts to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So,
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What has your experience been since you've come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included.
I've had a great time. I don't know what he's talking about.
All of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena? Or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally. Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Arrow in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of Arrow.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you, so it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video go fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last. Oh, I'm out of time. I yield. I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human
They really said it's kind of loud in there.
survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Do you want to go ahead?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile of the Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows. Although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
A human could not survive acceleration. Yeah. I think I heard that before. And this guy, I think, is this the one that did the interview with Newsmax or whatever?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace compartmented programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs, and I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the SecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived or wave-bigoted unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
Does that mean that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Okay. Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place. Some that,
dude, he's gonna get killed. If any of this is true, like, it's so Jober for him.
we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that were, I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you had spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay. Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Garouche, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to AARO thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to AARO that I also interviewed,
okay,
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
that information. I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured.
Wants to shit on China. Yeah, next. God. Not the fucking balloons again. Let it fucking be. Let it rest, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did he say balloons? Have you been listening? This isn't fucking balloons, dude.
That the balloon posed no threat to our security.
Okay, I also said that, but like an hour ago.
However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found, we can take that information and promulgate this through the public sector so that we can have a more open conversation about what we're seeing.
You know, in 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Freier's experience, U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, you know, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, you know, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, you know, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, you know, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freier, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, you know, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. You know, I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential, and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, you know, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Yeah.
Pilot?
I mean, you know, and so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, being in the glider and seeing something, and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Right. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Non-human. What do you think it's like from the sea? I don't like to denote origin. I think there's like cavemen here since the 30s. Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of this crash retrieval, some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases that the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and I mean, there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just and we move like a glacier. As soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans would pull up. But please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel committees and the Inspector General.
And we could get that in the skiff if we were allowed to get in a skiff with you. Would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because it's sensitive.
All right. If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well,
goddamn, bro, can't say shit.
Anybody who has...
and I say that because myself, Representative Gates, and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and, say, somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the Access Adjudicative Authority should be able to grant you access.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I can go there. Yeah.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved?
In-N-Out Burger? What?
Involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we know we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they fail the dadgum thing every year. They lose over $1 billion a year, we think, and I've told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like it doesn't work the other way.
If you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay now, you get a call from the IRS. So please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11.5 hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena, and if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
But it's so good. Alien tech, God tier. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like humans could make some crazy shit. I don't think that's, like, completely impossible. Still not convinced.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
Which
What have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
if you reference my
It's, well, if it's impossible by definition, then it didn't happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's a lot of people to have, like, the same, like, optical illusion or hallucination or something. But, I don't know. Simulation glitch, yeah. It could just be, like, a sunspot. You know what I mean? Like, a glare. I don't know.
my News Nation interview, and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically. Yeah.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee.
In the windows.
This is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush.
The kind of general unclass wave tops, certainly the contractors, or the metal benders, so to speak, are the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review process. If it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, HISI.
Thank you. I apologize. My time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question.
Name anything.
To the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Tell me now.
Commander Fravor?
No.
And I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grosh to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs? Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and the reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with the statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. In '97, we had the famous Phoenix Light case. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more
Phoenix mention.
about that, where would we go to find the files?
So fucking random.
And who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in closed environment, yeah.
That would be good, thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and going down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform. And it's a pain in the, we'll say, butt to get that data off. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two. Being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report. Someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the director.
You got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery in full motion video.
I would think, well, in my opinion,
show me the balloon.
I will say things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified at TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DOD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay. Very good. Well, I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town, and so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grush, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So at one point you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured, and the activity. And
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay, and so with that being said, the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me and it's intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system, and
there it is, aliens, because he can't say. What do you mean?
The concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
I'll get to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of. So,
would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
you're not aware, it has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down. He said that
Senior DARPA member says it's an human. Yeah. Fuck.
His FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection, as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming?
I don't know. It seems like so naive to be like, only America could have the most advanced weapons on Earth. Like, we're falling behind in technology. Like, that happened already. Like, I don't...
Arming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft.
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar in the aircraft when it tried to do it. And the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about 4 craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the fine.
No matter what country you live in. Same laws of physics. Okay. So you're saying it didn't happen? Like... But, like... There's no reason to believe that, like, automatically it's alien. Like, you are, in fact, saying we can't do it, so no one can. Like, we may not understand, like, a very important key part of physics that someone else discovered in another country. Like, that's not that insane to me. In fact, it seems more likely than aliens.
Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Ms. Mays?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies, whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we could just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs?
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So,
do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in a public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to UNSCIF about.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a SCIF at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super. Thank you. And I yield back.
Okay. Now we have Mr. Langworthy's here. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today to discuss this very unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work.
So really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we have all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day. Light winds, no whitecaps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying tic-tac-shaped object?
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a tic-tac is, it's a giant flying propane
TikTok.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out, and Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would have just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists and calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question. Based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment. Yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes. Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy...
What do you mean? How? What? You're looking at our nukes? The fuck?
...is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you can imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD 19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD 19 or ICD 120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
It's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
Do you know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So, Mr. Burchett, do you want to keep going?
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Ms. Luna, is she on that list?
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you can you elaborate on that for those that might?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either biological or astrophysics perspective, yeah, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be, yeah.
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Yeah, you're referring to actual public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty, publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the Federal Acquisition Regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes, I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Very good. Mr. Grush, you've been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering...
The nutso dude, yeah. There he is. There he is. I don't know. I don't know how nutso he is. I may be getting convinced. I want to see evidence, though, obviously. Show me the alien OC.
Any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context?
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you've said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide swaths of airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them. They're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was
Oh,
consistent
damn.
with the description
That's close as fuck.
you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
I think he's right. I think he's just a nutso dude. Even a stuffed Glock, etc. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know much about him, I guess.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground, and that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
I'm over time. Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate the safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grush?
Purely a sense of duty. My first sworn oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of uniform.
Commander?
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, "You're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article." And so after about 6 times, I said, "Okay."
Yeah. This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this that can't be, people all over the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism and derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DoD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to lead, join me in this discussion.
Commander, and I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division. So,
hoorah!
Yes, sir. He was old school. Him and Chesky Puller on Peleliu. So thank you, brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. I'm very mediocre to say the least. But go ahead.
You seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me,
oh my God, who the fuck was that?
I was an accident investigator, so the biggest thing you need to learn, and I think that witnesses need to do, is one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts, write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together, and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I know now we're going to be making some closing remarks, and so I just wanted to say a few things. First, to our witnesses, I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also want to just note that today's hearing was both important but also serious, and I want to thank our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Grothman, I think for running a very fair and substantive hearing. I do want to thank the committee staff on both sides for the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to the hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for the public that I'm a freshman member of Congress and I've only been here for 7 months, but this is by far the most bipartisan conversation and discussion that I've seen happen in the Congress. And I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for the American public, does bring people together, and I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side also both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the
Okay, great. Now do the same with healthcare.
Importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also to the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings. Clearly, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for answering some questions multiple times. I know not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community. That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher, that I also really believe in following facts, in doing your homework, and making sure that you follow science as we try to get as much information as possible. And so I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school. It was a very illuminating hearing. Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come out of this. Sure.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need to compliment the folks in my office that did a lot of the work on this. Rachel and Noah sitting behind me here. They're very quiet and humble, but without them, this thing would not have come off like it did, so I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to look into what we can do to make more of this information public. I think there's certainly a time period after which it should always be made public, and people have been concerned about these issues, like I said, since I was in high school. But in any event, I'd like to thank everybody who was here, sticking through the entire hearing. Without objection, the members will have 5 legislative days to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Well, that was kind of a lot of nothing. I feel like I didn't learn anything new. Like at all. Disappointing indeed. Big if true though. Big if true. I really wanted to do this interview with Ethan as well. Are they all nuts? Is the biggest question. I don't know. They didn't seem to be nuts, but everyone only got like 5 minutes to talk, and then it was like 5-minute question segments. So I don't know. It seems like most of it's just like classified, and they're afraid to even like say a lot of shit. I think the biggest thing for me was like the fact that people have been killed for speaking out about this shit. Like, I don't know about that. That's terrifying. What the fuck? I mean, the government has done more for less, so I believe it. I believe it.
Hello, everybody. It is hot outside, boy. July 26th. Here we are off the rails. We are running Danless.
Feels like this is a platform for all the weirdest conspiracy people to talk nonsense. Yeah. DOD will be forced to essentially release evidence as no, these people are crazy. Here's how the alien stuff really went. Yeah. Yeah. It does seem that way, but I don't know. Like, it's like first-hand experiences, like, is all the evidence. Like, that's all they can give us. So, I don't know. Hard to trust just that. Obviously the Pentagon is just denying everything. But, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Today. In Dan's seat is the Star Killer. What does that mean, Star Killer?
It's just some nerdy name I made when I first made my YouTube channel because I didn't want to show my identity because I was still trying to go to med school.
So is it that you're killing stars like famous people? You're an exposing expert?
No, I just wanted something that sounded nerdy, Star Wars like.
Oh, hold on, AB, one sec.
Dad is the queen. Can't do nothing wrong. Dad is.
Good morning, my queens of TikTok above 18.
An important announcement. Buckingham Palace has announced.
Dad is the queen.
That's awesome. Dan is the queen. Too bad he's not here today. Wow. I love that.
Amazing.
Buckingham Palace announces. That's really good. That was really good. Well, Dan, if you are watching, which you probably are, you are the queen. Cheers. Yeah, so we're running Danless today. Today's episode is sponsored by ExpressVPN and PayPal Honey, who we love, love, love. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors. Today we're getting a call in from Alexa Nikolas. Now this person is very interesting. We've been following her on Twitter for a while before we had the opportunity to kind of connect with her, but has had a lot to say about her time as a young actress in Hollywood. She worked for Nickelodeon, and she worked on a Dan Schneider show, Zoe 101.
Yep.
And she has apparently had a problem with Danny Boy. She's had issues with Seth MacFarlane, or at least she knows stuff. I don't know. I'm not going to put words in her mouth. I'll let her talk about it. But she most recently came out with an experience about Jonah Hill that made a lot of headlines. And she has an organization called Eat Predators, which sounds pretty interesting.
What?
So I'm very much looking forward to talking to her at 2. And she's very interesting. What can I say? You know?
Cheers, my dude.
Buckingham Palace is pleased to announce that I, Ethan Klein, probably have lupus. I might be jumping the gun.
Wrong button.
What?
I pressed the wrong button and I silenced you. I did not.
Bro, I wish.
I meant to press this button, which does breaking news overlay.
I wish I could silence myself.
They're right next to each other there.
Big news. Ethan has lupus. Now, I don't have an
very
official
much
diagnosis. I'll be honest. I don't know that. But I think I'd probably do. If there's anything wrong with me, I have lupus. I'm team lupus.
Hopefully not. Also died.
And I've also died. The Selena gang. Yeah, exactly. Did we thank sponsors? Yes. The thing about... Yeah, so I talked to my hematologist Tuesday. And obviously I've got some issues going on in the blood work. The anti-titer is like a strong, strong positive. To anyone who knows what that is, I think we said it's 1 to 320, which is like a big boy positive. Homogeneous and speckled.
300.
And 20,000. Or no, 320.
DPI.
And so my hematologist like, you need to see a rheumatologist now. I'm going to do some blood work on next week to see how I don't think it's cancer, guys, so that's pretty, I think that's good, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely team over team cancer.
Right. Team, hopefully nothing.
Right. That's a good team to be on.
Yeah.
3,000.
Sorry, I gotta go back.
320. Obviously, I've got some issues going on in the blood work. The anti-titer. The Selena gang. Yeah, exactly. Did we thank sponsors? Yes. The thing about... Yeah, so I talked to my hematologist Tuesday. And obviously, I've got some issues going on in the blood work. The anti-titer is like a
Hematologist? I didn't even know that was a thing.
strong, strong positive. To anyone who knows what that is, I think we said it's 1 to 320, which is like a big boy positive. Homogeneous and speckled.
300.
And 20,000. Or no, 320.
DPI.
And so my hematologist like, you need to see a rheumatologist now. I'm going to do some blood work on next week to see how I don't think it's cancer, guys, so that's pretty, I think that's good, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely team lupus over team cancer.
Right. Team, hopefully nothing.
Right. That's a good team to be on.
Yeah. I'm loving that team.
But the truth is that I'm pretty sure there's something going on here. So I don't know. We'll see. But I mean, the good thing is that we caught it by pure chance, right? By just taking a standard checkup and noticed there was something weird going on in the blood. What's interesting, so I talked to my general doctor, and he noticed my platelets and white blood cells were elevated. And he's like, it's probably nothing. Some people just have higher values. We can just
No.
we can just observe it, to keep a look on it. And he says, but if you want, I can refer you to a hematologist. So I was like, yeah, I'm fine. And then I got home and I started reading, and I got on WebMD, diagnosed myself with 10 different cancers. And then I said, let's talk to the hematologist. So I went to the hematologist, hoping it would be like, you're fine. No, more problems. Anna titer through the fucking roof. Nothing's tighter than my ass and my Anna titer rating. I got
Stop.
that aner titer? No. Anal
Hey,
titer?
yo.
No. That's disgusting. I mean, not for some people, but it's vulgar is what I mean. Not to be like,
eat your ass.
yeah. Got 1, 2, 320 is not that high. What do you, stop. That is high. Everybody says it's high. It's a strong positive. 1 to 320, dude. Stop it right now. And I had a long conversation. I had a long conversation with ChatGPT about my health.
Oh shit.
And ChatGPT says of all the possible solutions, most likely would be lupus.
Was he sensitive about it?
He was they.
Oh my God.
Don't
I'm so
misgender the
sorry.
robot, man.
Obviously.
They're slaves already, man. The least you could do is
Give them,
not misgender them.
give them an identity at least.
The only thing tighter than my Anna is AB's tight, fuckable little throat.
True.
I saw that in the comments. But nothing's tighter than my Anna. The other reason that we suspect lupus is just because I keep getting these weird face rashes. Now with lupus, you get like these big.
Yeah, that's like the classic sign of lupus. It's called like a butterfly rash. Like all across this. Oh man.
Big butterfly rashes.
Poor Ethan.
It's very confusing. I don't get any rashes here, but I got a new rash now here, right here on both sides of my nose. And I've been getting them here at the corner of my eyes. I have some generic, it's not generic, I have some steroid creams that I got for my previous shit on my face. So I just been putting that there until I can talk to the derm.
Oh, I'm being told that's his actual face. I'm so sorry, Ethan.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Now I'm sensitive about all these rashes on my face. How do you feel now? Idiot, loser, piece of crap.
Idiot.
So I don't know. We'll see. But if I did have lupus in a sense, because one of the main symptoms that people feel is like overwhelming fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
Strong, present fatigue. And looking back, I don't know if that maybe... Oh, great. My mom's fucking chiming in now. She says Gary's sister has lupus. Great.
These nuts.
There you fucking go. I didn't know my aunt. This is my dad's estranged father, so I don't know anything about these people. So now, thanks, Dad.
Damn.
I thought Mom
Yeah, I think it is genetic.
gave
Shit.
me the fucked up genes. But your dumbass dad
Lifetime. Gary.
fucked me with this. Lupus is not hereditary. However, genetic factors play an important role in developing lupus. And certain inheritable genes may increase. Well, then how does that mean it's not hereditary? It says lupus is not hereditary, but if you have certain genes, you're at a higher risk. Isn't that what hereditary is?
That button.
ChatGPT?
Let's see.
Gary.
So, from what I read, I think that if you have a close family member with any kind of autoimmune disease, it increases your risk. And my mom has autoimmune, and now apparently my ghost aunt has lupus. I didn't know that. I didn't even know her. Why should I get lupus from her? I didn't even fucking know her.
She's a ghost.
She's a fucking ghost. How she give me lupus?
Ghost.
Dumbass. Yeah, ChatGPT is pretty much saying the same thing. It does have a portion of it that is a genetic factor, but it's not all of it.
Yeah, okay. So it's partially hereditary. Okay. So, what I was saying is, like, I have been feeling this, like, overwhelming fatigue. I don't know if I call it overwhelming, but definitely standard fatigue for the past few years. And I just assumed it was because I gained so much weight. And that just made sense to me. But now that I'm losing weight, I haven't really felt better. But I've always said it's because I'm not getting enough calories because I'm on like this crazy calorie deficit. Also, I'm not getting enough sleep because we have 2 young kids.
I mean, yeah, that would just make it worse. If you do have lupus, that would just like cause flare-ups.
You know, so I don't know. We'll see though. We're gonna figure it out. But lupus gang checking in.
Gang.
It took me a year to determine I had celiac, not lupus. Interesting. But celiac's easy. You just stop eating wheat, right?
No. It's not easy. Fuck you.
Mom is celiac too. I mean, my mom is basically the A through Z of all fucking disorders. It's a miracle that she's even walking and breathing right now. You could learn the alphabet on all my mom's problems.
Dubrick?
A is for
autoimmune disease.
A is for autoimmune disease. It's good enough for me. B is for
blood work.
Bronchitis.
Dubrick?
Bronchitis, which I occasionally get. C is for
Chronic fatigue.
Chronic fatigue, which I always feel in my bones. D is for
D's
death,
nuts.
which we're hoping to avoid.
D's nuts.
D is for D's nuts.
Oh yeah. Got him.
Are you? So anyway, listen. That's what it is. I don't know what to say. You know. But so far, if I do have lupus, it's not been like a super severe situation. So maybe if I do have it, it's not like a really severe one. There it is.
Well, I hope you're okay. I mean, hearing you yesterday on See You Next Tuesday was kind of sad, talking about the kids and whatnot. Hopefully everything.
Well, yeah, I'm afraid of dying, obviously, because now I have kids that I really want to raise and be a part of their life.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's my biggest fear, obviously. But my fear that this is something that's going to kill me in the next 10 years. Well, lupus, I think most people with lupus can live a fairly normal.
Good. Everything. No. I don't think I do.
Life expectancy, which is good. I'll suffer the whole way. I don't care. I just want to be there for the boys. I don't think I'll.
I'm sure you're fine. But
why? You're not sure of that?
I'm sure. I know.
What do you mean you're
great.
sure? I don't
It'll
like
be
when people
fine.
say that.
I'm sure.
I mean, you don't die from lupus, right? Wait, right?
Why are you sure? What gives you the right to tell me that?
I'm a dreamer, baby.
Optimism.
Do you know what I mean? You go, man, this is something really bad I'm afraid of happening. I'm sure you're fine. It's like, you're not sure. How do you know? Thank you, AB, though. I didn't mean to just nail down on you.
Yeah.
It's a pet peeve.
Well, never mind.
Yeah, but, you know, of all the things it could have been, I'll take lupus, I guess. You know what I mean? Take us a little loopy.
But it's not certain it is lupus, right?
No. I give it maybe a 50% chance lupus.
Is that your chance, or is that what the doctor's saying?
No, the doctor would never give you a percentage like that. I would say that was potentially after some coaxing of ChatGPT. I forced it to give me.
Okay.
I want to see you with wavy hair. Look, listen. I did it last night and no one showed up, so too bad, so sad.
Bro,
I see.
time it. You gotta stop with that.
So it's possible. How likely is the possibility that it's nothing?
There's a chance, but it's very. It doesn't make sense that it's nothing.
It's slim.
Because
5%.
Yeah, ChatGPT says 5.
ChatGPT says 5.
No, ChatGPT says there's a chance.
Except 5%. I have to check in with my friend.
There is a chance that it's nothing, but like
5%.
with the white blood cells, the platelets, the anti-titer.
Dude, just please stop talking to ChatGPT.
Why? ChatGPT is fucking pro.
Because I feel like in this time, like you need positivity and
No, it doesn't bring me down. I need to know. I need to know. ChatGPT is a great resource, okay? You need to talk to ChatGPT more.
I don't know, like, for that, I feel like you want the sources. You want to know that it's pulling from something that's not Kiora. Like,
Quite frankly, I think you guys would get along.
He's a good guy. He doesn't judge.
Yeah.
You're like, ChatGPT, I ate a kid. What should I do? I ate a human child. What should I do? Okay, well, generally that's not advised, but here's what we're going to do about it. He's like the wolf, man. He doesn't ask questions. Just fixes it for you.
You sending the wolf?
Oh, wow. Interesting, Zach. Now my mom is saying she's mad at you for not telling her about this. Yeah, I know, Mom. I didn't tell you about it. I guess I should have expected you hear the show.
Donna Klein. He should have told her. He should have. But I get why he didn't.
It's because you would be so annoying about it. You know you would be.
Oh.
You would. It's just like. Well, now it's gonna happen. She's gonna. It's the constant like. I can diagnose myself. I don't like when other people do it. My mom would be constantly diagnosing me. And she's not like hopeful either. She's always like, well, I think you have like ALS. She goes, I think
Jesus.
I think you have like early onset Alzheimer's.
Oh my god.
Just like the worst shit she'll put out there. Thanks, Mom. But I don't really have anything to tell you yet, Mom, because it's all just
Fuck, baby, no.
it's all just conjecture at this moment. I didn't want to tell you until I knew for sure. You know what I mean, Mom? You want to call in? You can call in. Do you know how to do that, AB?
Yeah.
And wait for the wolf, who should be coming directly.
What the hell, Zach? My blood work came back same as yours. 30% people have abnormal anatiters and do not have lupus. Rely on your symptoms more. So my symptoms is part of the confusing part. I don't really have any of the. Okay, this is interesting. This is from you, Cam. I ate a human child. Would you say that's bad? Yes, that's absolutely unacceptable and illegal. Cannibalism and harm to individuals, especially children, is universally considered severe crime and deeply unethical. Well, ask him. Well, what should I do?
Sure.
Bro,
I'll ask him. That was love.
That was
Yeah.
you, love. Ask what should I do about it?
Yeah, I'll ask him.
What do you want me to do about it? You know. Tasted good. What can I tell you?
What do we do about it?
Anyway, there's enough about that. You know what I mean? We're that's just what's been going on. Oh, my mom calling in? Oh, Dan sent the link.
I sent it just in case.
All right, I'm gonna have my mom yell at me on air. You guys can get a taste for what's in store for me. In the meantime, Bees from Space, the author of the beloved Fly Me to the Moon. What is it, Ethan in Space? Yeah. The winner of the green screen competition has put out another masterpiece. This, my friends, is Toxic Gossip Train, sang by Simon and Garfunkel, a.k.a. And I'm glad that B made me Simon, because Simon is way more talented, and Garfunkel is just like a weirdo loser who doesn't.
Whoa.
What does Garfunkel do?
Art Garfunkel is his high register's voice of an angel.
Sure, he's got a good voice, but who's the talent? Go ahead.
I think. I would normally agree with you, but I gotta give love to some Artie Garfunkel here.
Look,
dude.
Paul Simon went on his own, and he became a musical legend.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Hi, Mom. Okay, she's.
Her audio's connecting.
Having some issues
Classic.
there.
Classic Donna.
Okay, she's connected now.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, babe. Why didn't you say something to us?
So cute.
Oh, well, it's just, there's, I
Aw.
don't know for sure. You know what I mean? It's just something I've been thinking about. I don't know. I don't know what it is. If I knew for sure, I would have told you guys.
Well, you do get tired.
There it is. You see?
Well, it could be a number of things. Maybe you're just anemic.
I don't think so because they took, well, anemic means you're low on iron, right? Or does it mean something else?
Well, it could be you're low on B12. It could be you're low on iron.
Because I don't think anemia showed up in the blood, all the blood work I did. But you know about Anna Titer, Mom?
I don't really know much about it. I know that Dad's sister Cheryl had lupus.
See, that's not fair. I didn't even know who she is. Why should I have to deal with that?
Well,
I thought your family was one with all the fucked up conditions.
Not really.
But now I got from both sides. I mean, how's that fair? I got Tourette's from your dumb family. And now I got lupus from Dad's dumb family that I didn't even ever meet. I don't even know who they are. So what am I supposed to be? Like
other things from
I'm
our
like the
family.
Captain Planet of fucking bodily dysfunction.
Unspoken gold of the internet, mom content. Literally, they're so cute. Donna's my favorite. Needs to be more, yeah. Honestly, yeah. Let the moms be online, okay? Let them be cringe and sweet.
Yeah, but you got handsome from our family, and you got good personality from our family.
With her glasses that make her eyes this big, she's so sweet. When is my mom coming on stream? I don't know if she would want to.
Family.
You know what? Keep that and take the lupus with it.
Well, hopefully everything will be fine. Why did you go into the doctor? Was there something that you were bothered by, or was that just because you and Eli are trying to get pregnant?
No, it was just I was just doing my yearly checkup because I switched to a new healthcare provider, and I was like, I want to do a full workup because I'm getting old. I want to make sure I'm healthy for the boys. And
That's smart.
And then we caught it just by chance that my white blood cells and my platelets were elevated, and then from there I went and saw a hematologist, and then they found a few other new things that were elevated, and so from that now I'm going to go see a rheumatologist.
Well, I have autoimmune disorder. I don't know what they do about it. Did he say anything to you? Well, I guess until you see a rheumatologist, you won't know.
About what?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've got arthritis, and I've got I've got no thyroid, and I
told you, I don't know how you walk around. Everything, celiac, no thyroid. I didn't even know you had arthritis, colitis.
But, I'm in good shape, though. I'm really in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I agree. You seem healthy. I'm not saying that my life is over or anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've been doing great with your losing weight. You look fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I know I'm going to do an ultrasound next week on my internal organs to make sure I don't have cancer.
This isn't Kaiser anymore, right?
No,
You're
fuck Kaiser, bro. I'd be dead if I was with Kaiser still.
Yeah, I.
No offense. I think you guys are all on Kaiser, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
There's a lot of good things about Kaiser.
I think
I don't know.
I liked Kaiser before I left.
It's the first time I've had health insurance in my
I was
adult
with Kaiser
life,
my whole life here in the United States. What, AB?
It's the first time I've had health insurance in my adult life, so I'm loving it. I have no complaints.
Honestly, Kaiser's pretty good. I'm being facetious. It's more bureaucratic. I think, maybe not, though, because they have these huge facilities. Maybe they just send you down the hall to get you checked this and that. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? The doctors, everything's on the computer. And so they really know what each other are doing with the one patient. So that's kind of nice. Instead of having the doctor have to read your whole history, they just get on the computer and boom, it's right there.
Yeah, I think that crosses organization. They had all my notes from my old doctors too. That's just powerful internet stuff. Tubes passing information.
No.
All right, Mom. When I find out for sure, I'll let you know. I'll keep you updated, okay?
Please do. And you know what? It's crazy. You don't let us know, but all of your fans know.
Yes.
Right?
That's
telling like 30K people, not telling your mom. What the fuck, man?
true. It is weird. But like I said, I didn't want to trouble you with it until I knew for sure.
I'm your mother.
And
You're
on the
supposed
show, I talk about everything, better or worse.
Yeah, I know. I
you
know.
But with Mom, I'm gonna keep it a little tighter. But you found out anyway, a little Anna tighter, if you will. All right, Mom. Listen, I gotta roll.
All right.
What's
all
the
right.
temperature
I'll
over
see you
there?
Sunday. All right. Bye, sweetheart.
Okay. All right. You don't need to talk about the weather, I guess. Oh wait, keep it up. Keep it open. Keep it open. This is my favorite part.
What?
Oh, I thought you were trying to hang up. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I love that.
How do you hang up?
That is so me.
Oh, Ethan.
Oh, she got it? Or is that you, Ian? Oh, okay. She got it. That is, of course, Donna Klein, my mom. Typing sounds.
Butterfly.
Okay.
Oh, that's a butterfly wing?
Yeah, they're butterfly flags.
What?
Yeah.
Prime
Play it again?
energy, boring. Okay.
Hell no, that's the line, right?
Yep.
Talk about the Alexa Nikolas.
So,
Thanks.
as I set up in the beginning, Alexa Nikolas is going to be joining us here any second. You can bring her on, AB.
Okay.
And I very much look forward to talking to her. I'm really excited that she's calling into the show. Hello.
Our audio's connecting.
She is connecting. We are connecting. You can hear me, but I can't hear you, right? I think. But as she works on that, let me give you nightmares. Oh, there you go. Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I made it.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm extremely pregnant right now. I could go into labor at any moment. So,
Are you 9 months pregnant?
Damn.
I am in my birth window. Yeah.
Yo. Is this your first child?
No, it's my second.
Imagine,
So
imagine going into labor while you're on Ethan fucking Klein's fucking podcast.
I hope it's just gonna slide out.
I think
you know,
it should, right? I mean, that's what happened with my wife.
Did it?
The second one came out so fast, she almost gave birth on the toilet.
See, that's
Yeah, you see, before you put it in the oven, you're supposed to spray the pan. So as long as you did that, you're good.
I need all those vibes.
But it was
That's
good.
it.
Dude, I don't know if you know, but I drove my wife to the hospital.
Okay.
At the minute she started having contractions, it was like COVID was happening, a bigger deal at the time. I went and parked the car. It was the middle of the night. And then I had to do a COVID test and wait for 15 minutes so by the time I went up there, the baby was already born.
Wait, you didn't even see the birth
No,
happen?
I missed the whole fucking birth.
That's incredible though for her.
Yeah. So hopefully
Not really
you.
for you.
Well, it's okay. You know what I mean? I've seen it once before. What could be the difference?
Yeah, one is enough, honestly. It's a really intense experience. I had a home birth with
Oh, yeah?
no medication.
Oh, my
God. And I'm doing it again, which I don't know why I'm doing that again, but I'm just going for it at
Well,
this
you
point.
know what you're getting yourself into, so.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I definitely do.
Well, I hope you have an easy birth and a beautiful, happy, healthy baby.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
So, as before we get started here, I wanted to ask you. Oh, let me introduce you a little bit. So, Alexa Nikolas, we talked about it a bit. You were an actor, a child actor on Zoe 101. Is that right?
That is sadly correct.
Sadly
I didn't know
correct.
that.
And so you had lots of experience with creepy men on set. and
Yes, I did.
Offset.
Yes, I did.
And so I wanted to ask you about those. One question I wanted to ask you from the beginning, though, is have you ever got any legal threats from any of these people that you've talked about?
No.
That is
No,
interesting. Is that something you're
honestly-
afraid of happening? Because
No. I mean, I say the truth about everything, and I mean, I've just it's never happened, so I don't have any fear around it. The last time I dealt with a lawyer, I ended up uncovering a really bad past of his, honestly, and so that kind of changed everything. And he ended up just not even deposing me after I found out about his past. So no, I'm not really afraid of lawyers, to be quite honest with you.
well, you know what the ultimate truth, the ultimate defense to defamation is?
Facts.
Truth. Yeah, exactly. The truth. Okay,
Yeah, actually,
well,
my kid's name is Truth. I'm naming my kid
Ah.
Truth.
what are
It's
your other
fitting.
kids' names? Or your other kids'
Nova.
name? Nova?
Nova and Truth.
Beautiful.
Girl and a boy. I'm done after
Lovely,
this.
lovely, beautiful.
Thank you.
We're hopefully going to be having a third boy soon, which is
Are you serious?
pretty crazy. Yeah.
Oh my God! Congratulations.
So we don't know yet. My wife went in for the
Aw.
IVF insertion last Friday, so we'll see. But you know, we'll see. Danny,
That's so. Well, congratulations.
so tell me, how old were you, and when did you start working on Zoe 101?
Okay, so I was about 12 years old when I started working on Zoe 101, but I was a child actor before that. I started acting when I was around 3 years old.
Okay, so was
So-
Zoe 101 the first time you encountered some problems, issues, weird
Yes.
stuff? Okay.
Yes, definitely. I didn't experience anyone quite like Dan until Dan.
Right.
You
and
know.
I didn't watch the Zoe 101, but it was a popular show, right? It was on
It was
Nickelodeon.
a very, very popular show. Honestly,
Was.
apparently we would get like 10 million viewers,
Holy
and then
crap.
the reruns would have just as many viewers as like the air dates. It was a
That's
really
enormous.
it was enormous.
And you were on the first 2 seasons, is that right?
I was, yeah.
Okay. And so
You're getting them all right. You're getting all of these.
Okay, good. Well, I'm good.
You're doing good.
We're on
You're
the
doing
same
really
page.
well.
Okay, good.
Yes, we're on the same page.
So Dan Schneider was the I guess the writer director of that show, and he now has been exposed as being an extremely creepy dude.
Extremely.
And so I'm curious about your experiences with him on set.
Yeah, well, I've been, I guess people could say I've been pretty honest and have said a lot about my experiences on set with him. I never really experienced anything to me. It was more things that I witnessed, and then obviously the wardrobe fitting situation and the goo pop, the green goo pop, and things like that.
Okay,
and then
okay, so what was the wardrobe situation
he would be in the wardrobe fittings.
with all
Um,
the young girls changing?
It was just me. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I honestly don't know, because like wardrobe fittings, you would just be one-on-one with like the wardrobe person and then Dan in this situation. But it was like a small trailer, and it would just be like a little curtain,
Hmm.
and he would just always be on the other side, like to the point where I would hear the chair like creaking if he even breathed, basically, when I was on the other side. And now looking back at that, it doesn't seem right because I never experienced that ever again. That was only a Dan experience.
Yeah, I can't imagine what valuable input he would have. Did he ever give input on the outfits, or was he just sitting there?
He would give inputs. No, he would give and he would also want the Polaroids.
Oh, that's foul. That's foul.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he took the Polaroids after.
That's a
Gross.
problem. And
Yeah,
then what
it's
was
pretty
you talked
problematic.
about the goo? What about the goo thing?
Oh, God, man, this is just that's how this Business Insider article literally started with what I said about the goo. I don't even think I can say this on YouTube, honestly. But basically, there was an episode where I was supposed to be trying to open this goo pop, and I couldn't open it. And then at some point, it opens and it lands on Zoe's face. And instead of just having like it naturally happen and have it land wherever, they ended up having like the prop person, the art I don't know, our production person end up getting a syringe and aiming it in a very specific place that Dan wanted. And if you look back at that footage, it doesn't sit right. And after it landed on her face, I mean, there was an uproar of laughter. All the guys and boys were laughing. And then I ended up hearing one of the boys actually say what it reminded him of. And at that point, I didn't even know what the hell that even meant. So I was just trying to, like, I guess, smile along and no idea what was going on. And then watched it later on in my life and was like, oh, that's why they were laughing hysterically. And oh, this was an adult joke, exploitation happening to a minor at the time on set.
I haven't seen the clip, but I have it. Is it okay if I pull it up?
Sure.
I'll watch it first, and then I'll see if I think it's appropriate to show the people.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Oh, I mean, I think it's fine to show.
Okay.
Oh, you think you're worried about claims? I mean, it's so short. Golly, that'd be crazy if it got claimed. I mean, here it is.
This also happened in Victorious. They had like a scene
his other
just like this,
show.
but it was with lotion. Like a teacher was like hitting a lotion bottle, and it went on Trina's like face.
And that was one of his other shows, right?
Yeah, yeah. It was his later show.
Oh, he does this kind of stuff a lot.
So, can you pull that clip? I'd be curious. So
yeah,
here,
for
here it is, and
all the clips.
Here it is. Don't people saying don't play? I mean, it's fine. It's safe for work. 10 million kids saw it, apparently.
10 million.
It out like that. All I do is squeeze a little like this.
And so he was very specific about how that shot was going to be done.
Yes. And the sad part is, like, all the
so gross
adults were laughing along with him, and there's just a child there not really understanding. Like, you can even see on her face, like, she's trying to, like, understand why she should be laughing too. Maybe
That's so
Yeah.
wild.
It's pretty wild.
So one thing that strikes me about the Dan Schneider thing is, like, there must have been other adults on set that knew that he was doing inappropriate things. And you as an adult looking back, it must feel like that.
Yes. I mean, if I saw half of the shit that was going on set now, like at 31, I mean, I would be walking off of set, to be quite honest with you. I mean, it was so inappropriate at times. You're just like,
But no one ever said anything, huh?
No one.
Right.
No, this guy would literally be like requesting massages from the wardrobe women. And he'd be in this tent, like, you know, sweating, getting massages from the women on set. It was just crazy.
That was back during the
gross.
days when Harvey Weinstein and all these big time Hollywood people could just they felt untouchable, right? I mean, he was huge in the Nickelodeon empire.
Completely. I mean, apparently there was even a lawsuit, I think, allegedly, during the Amanda Bynes show, where, you know, he was doing just that, and someone literally sued the whole situation, and, you know, 20 years later he was still doing it. It just goes to show you that the networks are just as, you know, complicit in these predatory men behavior types.
Right.
Unfortunately, I don't think these predators would survive, honestly, if it wasn't for the protection, these like enablers around them, powerful enablers.
100%. I think when we look back on all these powerful men that fell, a lot of them were just being totally protected by the network because they were making a ton of money.
It's still happening. It's not like they're not being protected anymore. I mean, come on. It's not like Me Too happened and SA just stopped.
They were burying accusations. They were burying lawsuits, settling lawsuits. They knew that these dudes were scum.
They had it in the budget. They would actually
shit.
have it in the budget to, like,
Wow.
for hush hush money.
Wow.
Etc. Like, I mean, there's even a situation where WMG was like literally mentioned in the NDAs. you know, and you're just like, that's just doesn't sit right with me, you know?
Here is the wholesome and super not creepy Dan
Oh,
Schneider.
Lord. I mean, every image of him, honestly, sadly, is just that. You know, it's pretty. There's no like normal photo of him. I guess New York Times tried to do like a whole spread of him where he was trying to look normal and whatever. But even him normal was awkward.
This is as normal as I can find him.
Oh, God. Why is he always doing like a choke hold with
Right. He's holding her so tight. Like loosen the grip.
why?
Yeah. Yeah. She looks uncomfortable.
Like, why do you need to hold? Like, why? Let go. She also, you can tell she wants him kind of to let go. You know what I mean?
So here's the other one, and I'm guys. If you don't want to watch it, just look away. I'm gonna open the lotion.
I've never seen this one, so.
So to me, I kind of want to know the context of everything. I think but again, if you don't want to watch it, I'm about to show it now. So fair warning. This is from Victorious.
What the fuck?
Was that it? That was it, huh?
He does it more.
He does it more.
No, he doesn't.
He goes in for another one?
She just has the lotion on her face.
Oh, there was no need for that. Oh,
Jesus. Oh my God.
That's fucked up. That's so foul, dude.
Yo, it's like Danny Elfman's situation. Have you heard about Danny Elfman?
Yikes.
No.
Apparently, he like sent allegedly bodily fluids in a cup to someone who was working for him, and his defense right now is that it was Cetaphil.
What is he? I'm looking up. I'm trying to read.
This is Halloween.
Oh, Oingo Boingo?
Yeah.
He's the Oingo Boingo guy?
Dude, he's Nightmare whatever before Christmas.
So he sent someone a cut. Okay. All right, Danny.
Yeah, I know, Danny Elfman, and he's also allegedly an elf man, literally.
Which
I mean, if you look
I
at
don't
his
believe
face.
that for a second. So Dan Schneider eventually as these rumors started to circulate, I guess Nickelodeon was forced to fire him, and he's been disgraced, right?
No one can find him.
Really?
I mean, he's gone missing, man. I haven't heard from him. No one's heard from him. Some guy who I don't know, Steve something Hicks, who apparently was a former president at Nickelodeon, made some kind of defense statement for him that was just creepy and weird. But Dan Schneider's just honestly nowhere to be found. He just
I hate to say it, but I know where he is.
Where?
He's got to be in Thailand or Southeast Asia somewhere where he can act out his sick fucking fantasies.
Oh my God.
That's literally where every old creepy white dude moves.
It's true, actually. When I went to Thailand, it was pretty wild how many like German and random just white dudes
I saw
are
that.
there.
Me and Ela went there a while ago, walking through Bangkok. So many old white dudes cruising by themselves.
Yes. Yes.
And they
Of
look
course
like
they're by themselves.
And they look like they fit the you know what I mean? I don't know what a P word necessarily looks like, but if I had to
But
choose,
it's them.
Yeah, but it is them. They look just like that.
I know exactly. I experienced the same thing when I went to Thailand as well.
So he's there.
I'm sure Dan's just fitting in.
Yeah, he's there. He fits.
He's
perfect. So, was there anything else that happened on set? I didn't hit. I don't know much about it. I'm interested.
I mean, honestly, it was more also what happened afterwards. After I was working for Nickelodeon, when I saw a clip of Ariana Grande that Dan Schneider allegedly filmed and created, and it was just so out of line. And that's actually what triggered a lot of my memories. Like, you just kind of block that stuff out when you're a kid. I think like he was such an abusive person too. Like, I don't know if you heard, but that's why I left Nickelodeon, was because of his verbal abuse and what was kind of happening on
to kids.
Yeah.
What kind of stuff would he tell you?
Well, he just ended up bringing me into a room at Nickelodeon and just like degrading me and saying that the show wasn't called Zoe 101, I mean, it wasn't called, it was called Zoe 101. It wasn't called Nicole 101. It was called Zoe 101. And I need to know basically my place here. And it was just a very
What an
traumatic
ass.
experience. I was crying in the chair, and it was like the last time that I could honestly deal with that type of situation with him in that set environment. And after that, I just ran out, like, you know, crying to my mom, and I was like, I never want to see these people again. And she took me right out of there.
Wow,
And
good
we
for you.
basically, thank you. Yeah, thanks to my mom, honestly.
It's pretty mature for a kid to come. I feel like to come to that conclusion.
Yes. I mean, I got put through the ringer on that show. It was a pretty bad 3 years, I would
Really?
say,
Wow.
of my life. Yeah, Jamie Lynn Spears was just created a very toxic, unhealthy work environment.
So I
And-
want to ask you about the Jamie Spears thing. But when you were in the office with Dan, was it just the two of you?
It wasn't. It was actually a whole bunch of other execs at Nickelodeon. And that's why I ended up
What?
protesting Nickelodeon. Oh, yeah. It was like 5 adults.
Was there anyone advocating for you in there, or was it just you?
No. It was
What?
just me. So first they had my mom in there. And
What the
then I
fuck?
was very upset, obviously. And they said, like, maybe it's best if we just have like a one-on-one conversation with Alexa. Hear what's actually happening. Maybe she'll feel more
Oh.
comfortable or whatever. Oh yeah, super manipulative.
Dude.
My mom calls the agent, like my agent, and she's like, well, you know, Alexa goes in for auditions all the time anyways, alone, you know, like what bad could happen? So I end up going in there alone, and that's when he really just went to town on little version of me.
That is so sad. I feel like on set, maybe I'm being optimistic, but I'd be surprised to see kind of that stuff happening.
Insane.
Like a little girl going in the room by herself with a bunch of executives to get grilled. I mean, it sounds so fucked up.
It was. It honestly was. That's why, I mean, I'm never putting obviously my child in the entertainment industry. That experience alone just really kind of scarred me for life. And he, honestly, he's not the creepiest person in Hollywood, but he definitely is one of them.
Right.
Definitely one of them.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
who's your number one? You have someone in mind who's like King Creeper? I like to always think about Brian Singer. He's like the creepiest dude.
Oh
in
yeah,
Hollywood.
Brian Singer.
Yeah.
I never met him, never had any experiences with him, but yeah, no, isn't it?
You're
who
not
is he
his type.
represented by? No, I'm not his type. I am not. I got through in the clear on that one.
Yeah, you
Not
might
his
you may
type.
have been invited to one of his hot tub parties if you were
Oh.
yeah.
I mean, this is the sad part. It's like, honestly, it's gotten better, you know, because they're a little bit more afraid maybe of getting called out, but it hasn't really changed, you know, that much, I would say. Like, I'm still hearing, you know, things are happening, which is pretty upsetting. They're just also better at cleaning up now too. Like they're just better at
That's
cleaning
sad.
it up.
That I hate to hear. What was the Ariana Grande thing you were referencing? Was that the feet thing?
So, yes, and it's
Okay.
like her on the edge of the bed, pouring water on her as a teenage girl, and it's like just very webcam-esque, underage girl. And there's even a point where she's like squeezing the potato and asking it to give her juice, and
Ew.
it's so out of line. Like, that's what really upsets me too, because apparently Nickelodeon also approved of that, allegedly. And it's just like, well, why are all these people around? I mean, there's so many adults around. Wouldn't someone at some point go, hey, you know, this looks like this, or this is giving me this kind of feel, and I think it's, you know, this kid's being exploited right now.
That's what I
No.
wonder too. But I guess people are they're keeping their mouth shut because
Yes.
it's like this is
They want to
just-
keep their jobs.
Okay, so I have this clip. If you guys don't want to watch it, once again, I encourage you to not watch it. It is just a clip from a
God.
kid's show. I mean,
Can't be that bad.
right?
You would think. You would fucking think, bro. Holy shit, dude. Dude, she's been through so much. So much.
There's no audio, I guess, on this. You can bring it up. It's okay.
No one would ever say that. Why? Because if you were soaking wet and you were upset about it, the last thing you'd want is for somebody to bring you the ocean. Because the ocean is even more wet than even the wettest person in the world. Have you ever tried to get your whole big toe in your mouth? Check
Oh
this
yeah,
out.
I saw this.
Oh God.
And so apparently
fuck?
he has like a foot thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, allegedly.
There's no reason
Why are there so many?
for that.
From a potato.
No.
Is it possible for a teenage girl to drink water upside down? I'm thirsty.
That's too much.
Not possible. This has been me.
That's too much.
It's so fucking much.
It's weird and gross, but also I feel like kind of dangerous. Like how to waterboard yourself 101.
Man, it's so out of line. It blows my mind. It blows my mind. And I guess that's why he's in Thailand now and no one can find him.
Whoa. There's old I have some of his old erased tweets. I don't know if you've
yeah, you never seen these?
No. Here's Dan Schneider. Video.
Yikes.
Would you like to see Victoria Justice pour ketchup all over her feet? Well, here you go. It's not enough that he's doing it. He needs to share it with all of his friends.
It's ridiculous. And it's called the slap. Like, why is it called the slap? What, any other names to choose, man, that's not creepy and violent?
Here's another one. Pick. Carly tickles Sam's very unusual toes. The fuck did you describe her toes? If you have a moment, will you please name Sam's toes for us? What grown man writes like this anyway?
What?
Please tell me. I want to know.
Who? I mean, some dude who's living in Thailand.
Some dude that's living in Thailand and fitting right in. There's so many of them. He asked kids around US to send. Yes.
This is he made Sam and Cat. I used to watch that show.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was a cartoon, right? Or is
Wait,
that...
no.
Okay, I'm thinking of Dog Cat.
You think Cat Dog?
Cat Dog. Yeah. I never watched Sam and Cat.
Interesting.
Look at this tweet. Sam and Cat tomorrow. Right on the bottom of your foot. Take a picture and use hashtag Sam and Cat Saturday, and we'll retweet and follow until our fingers get sore. Why the fuck?
Oh.
And I mean,
my God.
yeah. I'm just gonna. Yeah. You could. All the responses are kids' feet with markers on the bottom. It's so fucking vile. Like, what would be the purpose of that? Oh, here's Sam and Cat. Yeah, I didn't know anything about Sam and Cat.
That's Ariana Grande.
Right.
And Jeanette McCurdy. And actually Jeanette McCurdy is, I mean, I called out a little bit of my personal experience with Dan Schneider in 2019. And then when Jeanette McCurdy came out with her book and I heard, those allegations, I was like, okay, enough is enough. And no one listened. I mean, when it was a book, all of a sudden people were paying attention. But when it was me, just like, on my Instagram Live, obviously, there was no media that gave really an honest fuck about it whatsoever. And so, yeah, her book is really what drove me as a mom, honestly, to Nickelodeon.
Has Ariana Grande ever spoke about this stuff publicly? No, she hasn't.
No, but Dan Schneider tried to get me to, basically sign an NDA in 2019.
Oh, recently?
Yeah. I was living in Palm Springs at the time, and it was so strange. I was having a glass of wine. I was just chilling on the couch, and my boyfriend at the time was working at Ace Hotel in Palm Springs, and he texts me and says, "Hey, there's some lawyer calling him and messaging him looking for me." I was like, what? I thought it was a scam.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, no, it seems legit. Like they want to get into contact with you. I said, cool. That's all via text message. I was like, can you send their contact info over? And he did. And so I called, and it was some random dude who answered. And I was like, hi, it's Alexa Nikolas. Apparently you're looking for me, and here I am. And he goes, oh, hi, this is, so-and-so, and I represent Schneider's Bakery. And I hadn't heard that name in such a long time. Like, I was taken aback. Like,
wait, what is Schneider's Bakery?
Schneider's Bakery is his production company. That's what he named it.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Not creepy at all. So yeah, and I was like, oh, yes, like what do you want, basically? And then he goes into saying if I was speaking to any documentary filmmakers about my personal experience with Dan. And I was, honestly, there were some people who were poking around, and I was having a few interactions with them. And so I was honest. I was like, well, I wasn't honest, actually. I said, it's really none of your business, but yeah, but still none of your business. And he goes, well, I would like to know what you're telling them. And I said, well, that's definitely,
I bet you would, bitch.
Yes. It's like, and I'm definitely not going to be telling you at all.
Yeah.
Like Dan's like on the three-way call. And so I said, no, I don't feel comfortable doing that. And then he goes to say, well, Dan and I would like to have you come into a room. Once again, it's like, listen, I've been into a room with Dan Schneider. Let me tell you, I'm never going into a room with Dan Schneider again. But he said, we'd like to come up with some type of agreement together. And if you're open to that, we are, basically. And I was just like, first of all, you're representing a fucking creep, and I wouldn't come up with any type of agreement with this creep. So no, I'm not coming in and doing this weird ass agreement with you guys. And
no.
he was like, well, if you change your mind, you could always call me back. I was like, I will not be changing my mind, and please do not call me again. And I hung up the phone. And now, fast forward, all of it did end up coming out, which is wild. But this is while it was starting to build. And so in my personal experience, I don't think I was the only person to get a phone call from Dan Schneider's lawyer. So I don't know how many people he was successful with,
Right. That's a good point. I mean, now, because when people started to feel more comfortable coming out,
Correct.
There's got to be a few people who probably, took the money, and why not?
Right.
I mean, at the end of the day, I can't judge anybody for taking that route either.
No, I mean, honestly, there's so many, the power dynamic alone, you just can't blame the person on the other end of that.
Especially if you need the money. And he's like, here's $100,000 just to sign this paper and not talk about me.
I know.
Wow. So he knew he was cooked if he was calling everybody up?
Yeah, he was calling me up, and
so sussy.
That was the last time I heard from Dan Schneider's Team Dan.
When did he disappear?
He disappeared right around that Business Insider article that
he
came
just bailed.
out.
Wow.
He bailed. Apparently, they got a whole bunch of statements where I think it was from like imaginary friends of Dan. That were there to defend him, but off the record, like wouldn't say their names. And anytime that's happening, I'm just sorry, but I don't know if I can honestly buy that there was really anyone defending Dan.
Who cares though, too?
Yeah.
Even if they are
true.
real, it's like, okay.
True. It's true.
You're not not his target.
It's true.
So,
No, it's
moving past the Dan Schneider thing, I am curious about what you were beginning to touch on with Jamie Spears. Britney Spears' sister was one of your co-stars, right?
Yes. Yeah, Jamie was Zoe.
Oh, so Jamie Spears was the main character of this show, and you were playing like her best friend?
Yeah, and her roommate.
Okay. And I understand that you guys had some conflict on set.
We did. I still don't really understand what the conflict was exactly, but she just didn't seem to really like me from day one. The first day that I met her, I went up to her, I remember, and just being super excited. And I was a very bubbly young girl, like very talkative, a little bit like my character Nicole, definitely. It's probably why I got the role. It wasn't hard for me to play her. And she was just very taken aback by my personality, I think, and just kind of gave me the cold shoulder. And I just thought, you know what? Honestly, maybe she's shy. Also, maybe she's experienced a whole bunch of different people coming up to her just for the fact that she's Britney Spears' sister. So at first, I wasn't really taking it personally, but I did notice it right away. And then it just slowly escalated where there was no interaction between her and I. She wouldn't even respond to me. She wouldn't even sit with us at lunch sometimes. I wasn't invited to go sit with them at lunch in her trailer. And it just started to snowball, basically. And then it became bullying, where she would just say harsh things, to me, like, why do you smile so much? Like this kid bully shit, basically. But at that time it hurt. I was a kid.
It sounds like not only didn't it hurt, but it almost seems like other people on set were kind of forced to go along with her. Like when you say you went in the office and got said, and Dan Schneider was like, "You're not Zoe."
Yeah.
That sounds like something that probably he was influenced by something Jamie said.
Yeah, the culture is definitely, that's why, whoever's the first person on the call sheet, especially back then, there was that power dynamic. And that was kind of the person who everyone didn't want to get on their bad side, basically. And so she kind of created the culture of the set. And her not liking me made everyone else kind of feel like I think they had to also engage in that type of behavior. And so it was but it was sad because I just wanted to be friends with everybody. And it was just this wall.
So sad. And also it's just so fucking toxic.
To the point where they ended up getting rid of one of the girls on the show in the first season because of the bullying experience.
So she was doing this to other people as well.
Well, no, this girl was actually doing it with her to me.
And so why did she leave?
She got, they let her go.
Because she was so mean.
Yeah, it was.
Holy
it was
crap.
creating. She pushed me into a rock at one point in one of the episodes.
What the heck?
And yeah, it got it was just really bad. It sucks. Like it was just not a good time, honestly. And so yeah, they ended up having to let her go. And that's when they hired Victoria Justice for the second season. And I was stoked about that because, strangely enough, her mom dated my uncle, like when they were in college. So there was like some kind of connection. And so I thought that was going to make the culture different on set, because maybe me and Victoria would actually be friends, and that would create a different environment. And it did actually. Like we were best friends for the better half of the second season. And then all the girl dynamic culture, mean girl situation ended up happening again with her and Jamie, to the point where that's when the Britney Spears experience happened.
So
because
you're saying that Victoria was getting in trouble with Jamie, or that they were bullying? So they were
bullying me.
Okay.
Yeah. So at one point, like Victoria and I were totally fine. And then I don't know what happened. I think it was like literally a boy conversation. Like I remember it being something so teenage girl about a boy. And then I show up to set the next day, and I remember opening up the makeup trailer and seeing, Victoria like turn around and like laugh and then whisper into Jamie's ear, and they were like laughing. It was like so
horrible.
And it ridiculous.
It sounds silly, but
time.
I know it's so painful when you're that
It
age.
is.
Yeah, it's so painful.
You think the whole world is against you, really. If it's does anyone like me? It's hard. And so, and you're on set, and you can't, in those environments, you're not allowed to be human. Like kids weren't allowed to be human. You were supposed to be professional. Right. And professional basically meant robotic. You don't want to ruin the set vibe. And so you had to hold it all in, which was really hard for me. And so that ended up happening, and it escalated the last like 2.5 weeks of the second season, to the point where that's when Britney ended up coming onto the set.
So I understand this kind of all culminated when Britney Spears, someone that you were a big fan of, Jamie's sister, came on set, and she had heard from her sister about, what a terrible person you were. And she screamed at you on set. Is that right?
In the trailer.
Or in the trailer.
So there was this guy named Ian who was our talent coordinator, and sometimes your parents don't come with you always to and from set or to and from makeup and hair. There'd be basically a talent coordinator who was your guardian. That actually him and the school teacher, they would be like your guardians if your parents weren't there on set.
Mhm.
And so Ian came to the trailer and it was a typical day. He just said, "Hey, I'm going to bring Alexa to makeup and hair." My mom said, "Okay, fine." I went with Ian. I remember him kind of acting a little bit strange as we were walking. And then he goes, "Hey, Brittany and Jamie would like to talk to you in the trailer." And a little bit of me was actually kind of hopeful that maybe that Brittany was going to come in and it was going to create some kind of mediation, and maybe Jamie was willing to sit down and talk to me for once, which is all I ever wanted, was just like a nice conversation to understand one another. And so in that moment, I'm thinking Brittany's going to be that person. I couldn't imagine Brittany not being that person at that time. She was like an idol, like as a kid. So I remember going, okay. And then we went over to the trailer, and I remember knocking on the door and then opening it. And right when I went to turn, Ian fled. He just disappeared.
So this guy's looking out for your welfare, and he just tossed you to the sharks.
100%. Like that. And that happens a lot on these sets. Like, who's working for who, really? Sometimes, you're just like, it was child endangerment.
100, yeah, because his interests are not aligned with yours just by the definition of his job, it seems like.
No.
Was this the first time you met Britney Spears?
No.
Okay.
I mean, she came on set a few times. So
Okay.
I saw, and she was always really nice. So that's why I really didn't think anything was strange. She was always so friendly every time she was coming onto set. And that's why I always say, imagine though if it wasn't, thank God it was just Britney Spears in that fucking trailer. You know what I mean? Thank God it wasn't a predator in that trailer. That's how I started to think, wow, that guy just literally tossed me. God only knows what could have happened to me in that trailer. Thank God it was just Britney Spears. Thank God. So yeah, anyways, I go into the trailer and I just remember before I even hit the last step, Jamie runs to the back of the trailer, just bails on whatever the hell is about to happen. So that's made me a little bit nervous, but I stepped in anyways. And I remember I stepped in and Brittany comes beside me and locks the trailer door. And she just starts, I think she was 8 months pregnant at the time. She was about me right now.
So you came in, and then Brittany locked the door behind you?
Yeah.
That's pretty ominous.
It was freaky. But now when I look back at it, I know the whole, situation that was happening. It makes sense, but it still obviously wasn't okay. None of that was okay that happened, but it makes a lot more sense now than it did then. Then it was just really, 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 really scary. And so I remember she just started yelling at me, telling me that I was bullying her sister. And I wanted to say something. And I just remember literally feeling my throat, just close. I couldn't even speak. And I tried, and I just started to cry and hyperventilate.
Oh my God.
And she was like,
No.
"I'm going to make sure you don't work again." And
that's wild.
I was like, "Oh my God, Britney Spears hates me," and as a kid, that
Holy
now even
fuck.
made it so much worse. Now I have this idol of mine at that age, also now just hating my guts. And there's no one there protecting me. Ian bailed on me. My mom doesn't even know where I am. And it was really, really fucking scary. I just remember tunnel vision mode and going back to the door because I fell a little bit backwards to the couch area. And I remember getting up and just trying to find the door and then realizing it was locked again and having to unlock it. And then once I opened the door, I puked.
Oh my God.
It was so much, for my
Did they see?
brain.
I wonder, did Brittany see you puke?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Did
I
she
mean,
say
I
anything?
no one said, and no one cared.
They're like, that's normal.
Yeah.
This little girl just puked from
Puke.
being bullied and stressed and tortured.
Yeah. Yeah.
Aw.
And I ran.
Fucking brutal, dude. Brutal. Imagine Britney Spears telling you off for her sister. I would die. I would melt and die.
And ran to my trailer, I remember, And, you know, for a mom, like when I came in, my mom was just like, what the fuck? You know, I'm hyperventilating. I just puked. I run to the toilet and I'm like literally in fetal position, just like rocking myself, basically, just being like, I can't even explain. I remember her screaming, just saying, what happened? Like, please just tell me what happened. I couldn't. I was in total shutdown mode. And I just remember my mom opening the trailer door and screaming like, Dan, and like anyone, and like Ian, and no one came.
Wow.
For about 10 to 15 minutes.
And she was like screaming. They would have heard her.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was like a mom scream, you know, like Mama Bear. Like it's like everyone, maybe in Mars they heard, you know, she was so loud.
They were probably getting their story straight before they came
You're
and
right.
talked to you guys.
You're totally right. Because they're like, this is a liability. Liability.
And we have to protect Jamie.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. And Brittany's gone. She left in the car. And so I just remember hearing the trailer kind of move and people were coming up the steps. And here comes Dan Schneider with his sunglasses. And he looks at me and I'll never forget this. He goes, now what?
Huh?
Yeah.
He said, now what? And how did you interpret that to mean at the time?
Everything's my fault.
Oh, he was like, he's
No.
like, now another thing with you kind of thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. And so I was
After
like,
15 minutes? What an asshole.
total asshole. And I just remember I wasn't able, for the first time ever, I'm a pretty talkative person. And I couldn't say anything. And I just remember looking at him and then my mom screaming at him and saying like, you know, Alexa's not going back onto set. He goes, one moment. And he leaves the trailer and he comes back 10 minutes later with one of those freaking, you know, like those DVD players back in the day that were like those portable ones with the screen and then you would just put the DVD in.
Yeah.
He literally comes back with one of those. And he's like, here. Like as if that was like the trade, as if that was going to make me. I remember holding the box.
He was giving it to you, like, take this and shut up? The fuck?
It was so weird. And like the lamest gift also, like, what the fuck is this? I remember looking at it just going, am I supposed to say thank you? You know, and my mom was livid and she's like, I'm not putting my daughter on the set. And he goes, oh, yes, you are. Like, we have to get this last shot and contractually Alexa has to go back on set. And I remember just kind of looking at all the adults on the floor. I was on the floor. I remember just looking up at them and just, you know, I didn't matter that much in that situation. And sure enough, I had to go back onto set. And there's even a clip that someone found. It made it into the edit where the girls literally pushed me and shoved me on camera. Yeah, it it went viral on TikTok actually.
Oh shit!
It ended up in.
Yeah,
you guys should find it. It's wild. Like, and then someone like posted and was like, holy shit, like this is for real. Like you can actually see it's happening while they're filming. And so I had to go back on set and get bullied more and humiliated more by everyone. And that was my last day on the set of Zoe 101.
And by quitting the show, did they like come after you financially, or were they a pain in the ass, or were they easy?
No, they were easy because I think they were really afraid of the liability on the other end. You know, like technically there was child endangerment that happened. There was a lot of things that happened that weren't supposed to happen, you know, under their care. And so I think that's when they tried to hold on for a minute, I remember, and then they accepted. And I'll never forget. You want to know the punishment?
Go ahead.
They had to add one more like cherry on top of the sundae. They said, you know, we're letting Alexa go, but just tell her she is banned from every Kids' Choice Awards.
Oh no, not the Kids' Choice Awards. Still, that's so scummy. Like they're like, how do I hurt this kid more? No ice cream ever again.
Yeah, you're gonna stay in timeout forever. It was just like,
that's crazy.
What? Yeah, these were adults too.
Yeah.
These were adults saying shit like that. I'll never forget that. I went, okay. At the same time, I was like, I don't need to go to the Kids' Choice Awards again. Like, all right, but also, what a weird thing to add to the whole thing.
So, I guess fast forward to modern times. I think this was somewhat recently. Britney Spears actually took to Twitter to make a really beautiful apology to you, right? Which was actually wow, really incredible to read.
It was incredible to read for me as well. Honestly, it's the only apology I've ever gotten in Hollywood.
Wow.
Which is really sad to say, and also kind of remarkable and amazing that it was Britney Spears
Right.
who apologized. She mentioned me once and defended me, and I remember she said, you know, you lied just like you lied about Alexa Nikolas, and that I remember reading that on Instagram and just being like, what is
Jeez.
it was like healing all these wounds,
Okay,
childhood
guys, so I'm
wounds.
Oh, sorry. I think I found the clip.
Did you?
Think so.
rewatching
Okay.
Zoe 101, trying to see some evidence of Nicole
But I'm
being
trying to zoom in. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a closer look.
Get in there.
Kind of.
bullied on the show. Mind you, I 100% believe her. I'm just looking for some clues, so I want you guys to pay attention to Quinn and Victoria right here. Boom. And let's slow-mo this so you guys can see the hit in the head, and then you see Quinn push her arm even further. Like, why? Why? This girl was actually bullied on this show, y'all, and they want to reboot it. No.
Yeah, you can see my actual like real life, that wasn't acting, my
Okay, guys.
reaction.
Hold on. I gotta watch this again. So which one?
You're watching Zoe
Which person are
101,
you here?
Trying to see some evidence
I'm
of
in the pink
Nicole
right there
being
next to
bullied
the
on the show.
guy. So I'm like the brunette, not here, but not here, there.
Okay,
in
with the blue
pink
skirt.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And Victoria right here. Boom. And let's slow-mo this so you guys can see the hit in the head, and then you see Quinn push her arm even further. Like, why? Why? This girl was actually bullied on this show, y'all, and they want to
Who's the girl
reboot
that
it.
hit you?
Yeah, Erin Sanders. She played Quinn. She was just going along with the culture at the end. Like, I don't know what happened there, but I do remember that those last, couple of, I guess, like weeks, she was kind of feeling invited into the girl circle, and that's like what sucks about the culture there is everyone wanted to feel, you're a kid, you want to be seen, you want to be appreciated, you want to be loved, and so any of that was happening, kids were willing to not be the best versions of themselves just to receive being seen. And so that kind of happened there towards the end with Erin, but Erin wasn't really someone who participated much in the whole bullying with me, but towards the end there was a little bit of that, and you can see I'm shocked. Like I turn around,
Yeah,
I'm like, why are you hitting my? And that episode was the Britney Spears week.
Ooh.
And that was the last scene I think I ended up doing, and they would literally get the squirt guns and they were trying to get it in my eye and like laughing at me.
God, that's horrible,
It's
man.
gnarly.
It's like being forced to be with your bullies. Like I feel like we've
Yes.
all experienced bullying to some degree in school and just how bad it feels. You're being forced to spend all day with them.
All day, and also like you're getting paid. It's like a weird,
Right.
you know what I mean? As a kid, like it's like you're getting paid, and then
Yeah, there's just like so much child exploitation, just like through and through.
you're having to deal with them, and you don't want to be seen as problematic. And you get told as a kid, if you speak up too much, you might not work again. So you have these weird pressures that just, I don't think you necessarily have in high school. It's a different type of
More, yeah,
pressure.
yeah. Do you mind
Different
if I
type.
read this tweet from Brittany?
Yeah, sure.
So here, I'm just going to read it. It's not super long, but I thought it was really nice. This
Me
is
too.
after her falling out with her family.
Yes.
So she's like, oh, my sister's like not the best. Her sister kind of sucks. And I think it was probably, well, she talks about it in the letter. Here, I'll just read it. It broke my heart to see your interview about your experience in the business. Hollywood is a place of dreams, but let's be honest, on rare occasions do people come out years later and share the dark side. There are thousands of people with broken dreams, and I am absolutely in awe of you raising awareness for the next generation on how to be protected. The one thing you said you wish you could have told your younger self is that you wish you could have known you could have just walked away. I find that really an interesting insight there. You would have left sooner. That's like you're looking back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Countless times I did the same thing and I took the abuse. It's nice to know I'm not the only one who has felt that way. I know it's 15 years later what you are sharing, but trust me, I know it still matters. Although I have apologized to you personally just by instinct, my heart at the time didn't know how incredibly good my family was at the acting language. Just imagine me visiting my little sister on set, last day of shooting, bringing sprinkle cupcakes, 9 months pregnant, hormone raging like hell, and the assistant director, Ian, witnesses Jamie Lynn running to me, placing her hands on my knees while I'm sitting down, her sobbing, telling me that she's just been bullied on set. The assistant director and my mom included in the room were just silent. My sister was literally like my daughter growing up, so I apologize for my ignorance for yelling at you when I obviously had no idea what was really going on. Jesus Christ, I was pregnant, and let's be honest, all these moms and dads, the watchful white owls who hide behind the scenes observing their children's stars, referring to my mother who should have immediately stepped in and took over the situation. And I told my 9-month pregnant self to sit down, relax, and have a sprinkled cupcake. They should have treated me like a guest because that's exactly what I was. It's always been extremely interesting, the situations my family's put me in to make me embarrassed. I know you have probably heard what happened to me 3 years ago. I wrote 3 different versions of a book, and since then, honestly, it's been the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And if you haven't heard already, it's become a joke because TMZ says I'm running out of paper. I'm also sure they get a good laugh at seeing me on my Instagram. What was done to me is frankly beyond all. The way you spoke gave me strength and inspiration. I do write you this message today because I am sorry for ever hurting your feelings. You should tell Nickelodeon to kiss your ass. I get the feeling that Brittany did understand when she said, I know it was 15 years ago, but I know it still matters. And that probably rang true for you, right?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Because especially as a survivor of, essay, not even the bully stuff. A lot of the time you get backlash of this happens, X amount of time. Like Justin Long loved to remind me, how many decades ago it was. And I think survivors get that a lot, and when you're a sensitive person, you get that a lot. Like, why this was so long ago? Why does this matter to you? Move on, basically. So to hear someone understand that, your feelings are valid, it's okay that it still hurts, and it's okay that there's still a wound there. I think all of us deserve to hear that. Like, all of our feelings of sadness are honestly should be validated in some way. So that was big for me. That was like, I never expected that.
Right.
And it made me feel very good.
Very validating. Because I'm sure there's probably a lot of people who are like, oh, she's lying about everything.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That happens. That happens a lot with me. That's what Marty Singer or whatever.
Happens a lot with women in general.
Jonah Hill's lawyer, you're a serial accuser.
Right. I remember he said that about you. Oh,
Yeah,
the
it's like,
Britney Spears statement gives like, yo, that should happen.
Yeah.
That was really
It was
good
very-
that she did that. Was that a healing moment for you?
It was very healing for me. I cry even when you were reading it now. Because it feels very good. It feels very good. I would hope that my kids, got to experience that from someone that bullied them, because it's intense when someone bullies
It's
you.
Britney
It's
Spears
like-
too.
Yes. Yeah. And she I think we both have seen some dark sides of our industry. And I think she's also commendable because she's also spoken out in ways that has inspired me to do the things that I'm doing. Like with E-Predators, honestly, a lot of that strength came from reading a lot of Britney Spears, Instagram captions about how she was going up against a lot of these powerful institutions that were representing her at the time, like TriStar, etc. I was like, whoa, I've never seen that before, especially a woman, So you're like, damn.
Have you
I
guys
can
ever
maybe do that
connected?
too. She DM'd me.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
That'd be
she
nice.
first DM'd me personally before she did it
So
publicly.
cool.
That's really nice.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was really nice. And I was fine with that.
Mhm.
I didn't
Aw.
share it obviously with any, I didn't put it anywhere. I just loved that she did that. And then about a month later is when she then made it public.
That's great. That's really good. She
Yo.
did that.
I'm just seeing that Elon reinstated the account of someone who's posting fucking child porn. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a nice happy.
Yeah, it is.
There's one happy ending in Hollywood.
Yeah. So I guess you mentioned Jason Long. who is I was
Justin Long.
Or Justin Long. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Because I recognize the name. Is this guy? This is the fucking guy. And now that I'm gonna transition a bit to the Jonah Hill anecdote you shared.
Okay.
So you were partying, and how old were you at the time that this happened?
Dude, honestly, I don't know if I was 16 yet.
So
I might have been 15 turning 16.
Okay, so were you working on Zoe, or was this after?
No, this was after.
And so were you still trying to work? Were you still trying to be
I was
an actor?
working.
You were working.
I was working nonstop. I was doing like a more drama, like, cold cases and CSIs and shows like that.
So they did not, in fact, make sure you never worked again.
I worked again.
Oh God, it's not just child porn. Child snuff. Yo, what the fuck?
No, Brittany didn't end up canceling me.
Well, it sounded
She
like
didn't.
Yeah, it sounded like some of the producers wanted to, though.
They did. And I ended up getting a little bit canceled later. It's a little bit harder for me now to put a foot into the industry after a lot of my advocacy work, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that for some.
Yeah.
So
Okay, it's worth it.
So, of course, you're doing the right thing. What's better than that?
Yeah. Nothing.
Being rich, famous. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, it would be nice to get paid for, doing the good things.
yeah, it would be nice, huh?
Right?
So you're at Justin Long's house. You're friends with him?
Yes.
How did you end up over at his
No.
house?
That was the first time. Okay, so I was actually filming my show last night. I have this show coming out called like Eat Predators Daily, and I was explaining a little bit of the story. But basically, what happened was I was hanging out with my friend. I'm not going to disclose her name, obviously, for privacy reasons. She had a nice BMW Z3 convertible, and we were driving on Outpost. And I remember she wanted to go and hang out with the tool bag predator from CSI Miami, Jonathan Togo or something. I don't know what the hell his name is, but anyways, she was hooking up with this guy.
So who's
yeah,
this
show me
guy? So
that guy.
Okay,
that was Justin's roommate.
Okay. And what
That
was he doing at the time? The CSI stuff?
No, yeah, he was doing CSI Miami,
Okay.
which, by the way, I ended up being on. I'll say a bit of that interaction afterwards. But anyways, she was seeing him at the time, but she was underage, and like I think he was like almost 30. So that was
Wait,
yes.
how old is he?
I don't know. I think he was like I think Justin was around his mid 20s when we
He's
were there.
45 now, so yeah, that tracks.
Wow. Yeah. So they were a lot older.
So he was,
back
a
then,
lot older.
A lot older. And so she was seeing him, I think she was 16 or 17.
Justin is also 45 now, so they were like, these are like men, grown-ass men.
They were grown-ass men.
As you were telling that story, I was imagining you guys were kind of contemporaries, but that's not the case.
No, not at all. I was like 15 turning 16, and then they were all like, living in a duplex in LA and like had established careers.
Okay.
And so I remember we were on the way to his place, and she was like, they're inviting you over. And while she was like on the phone with them or something, we ended up getting a flat tire on Outpost, and we had to pull over, and we didn't think we were going to be able to go. And you know what the dudes the bros ended up telling us? They were like, you can make it down the hill. It's only like 15 minutes down the hill.
Just cruise down in neutral?
It was like
That's
literally
awesome. That's chivalry.
They didn't even offer to come.
That's
and
the best.
help us out. I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, wow, looking back at that, it's fucked up. So anyways, they were like, you can make it. And so we like made it, dude. We went.
Oh, you did? You cruised down in neutral?
5 miles.
Okay,
per
that's
hour.
badass.
5 miles per hour to get to this place, and to Justin Longdong's place. And I'm like,
Longdong.
And I was like, okay. So we're driving, it's like 5 miles per hour down Outpost, and I just hear the rim starting. I remember the rim was like hitting the ground, and you're like, is this worth it? Like, is this worth it? It really wasn't worth it. But we get to the bottom of the hill. We finally get to the place, and we arrive, and nobody was there yet. It was actually just Justin and this Togo dude.
Mm.
And I remember she went into the bedroom with Togo, and I was left in the living room with Justin.
And so you're saying that this 30-year-old dude Togo was having a sexual relationship with your underage friend?
Which is sexual assault.
And it's statutory rape as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
And yeah. Oh,
Why
and
would they
Justin's
do
just
that?
there. That was you have no
It's
idea
just
how
like,
hyper.
why would you even do that? Like, you can have sex with of age girls. Why would you do
consensual.
that? Yeah,
Wait, you guys should
age consensual. Yeah, it's like, why? Golly.
You should hear the Punked episode where Justin's literally ordering a drink for maybe a girl who's underage, and he's like, "Yeah, she's of age, consensual." It's like, bro, you're not getting accused of anything. He said that on camera. It's like,
Can you
bro,
pull
you're
that?
not getting accused of anything.
That's
You're
badass.
literally, it's ridiculous. Anyways, so I'm like in the living room, I'm talking to this guy. I remember he puts a vinyl on.
Jesus, dude.
He's that kind of guy in LA, which is fine.
Of
There's a lot
course.
of guys in LA. And so he puts on the vinyl, and I remember he asked me if I wanted a drink. I said yes. Now we're starting to drink. We're talking. Drinks go by, and then people started to arrive, a couple of people. And one of them was Jonah.
No, you're a 15-year-old drinking. Have you drank before? This is something you're used to doing?
I drank, like I would sneak out sometimes to my mom's, like I think that night actually, like my mom thought I was sleeping over at, a friend's house, but really I was out, and living in LA, when you sneak out, you can sneak out into some serious trouble without your parents knowing. And so a lot of people like to blame my mom, but like my mom really didn't know. I was like a teenager in Los Angeles with access to getting into bars and clubs, at that time. It was a really different, anyways, that was LA in like whatever, 2008.
Okay.
All the bars would let me in.
Wow.
It's crazy. They never
that
ID'd
is
me.
crazy.
Never ID'd me. So
Dude, that's
anyways, Jonah comes in. I remember he starts like smoking weed, like rolling a joint or something. And I'm sitting there. I know kind of who he is. I honestly didn't know him that well because I think it was just super bad. This is like very early.
This is
in
right
Jonah
after
Hill's career.
Superbad, Jonah Hill?
I think
Okay,
so.
okay.
When did that come out? Like it must have been around the same time.
Let me see.
Yeah, it's like I feel like it was.
Superbad came out 2007.
Okay, so yeah, it was like a year after.
So that movie was a big deal. I mean, I remember seeing that and thinking Jonah Hill was awesome after that.
Totally.
After that came out, yeah.
He was like kind of the it kid during that time, like accepted.
Yes.
And
By the way, I pulled this clip of Justin getting the drink for the underage girl.
Get the of age consensual in there.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'll try that.
And you guys are all of age, right?
Of age, yes.
Yeah.
Consensual.
Him too?
Everything's very consensual. Don't worry. You did not ask that. Did not ask that.
Of age, consensual. Why did you say that, you weird little fucker?
Yikes.
Of age, consensual. Yo, what the fuck does that mean, bro? Hold on, one more time.
And cranberry. Okay.
Dude, that's kind of insane that they set him up to like commit a crime.
They did, and also
They're like, yo, will he buy the?
Caught committing crimes in 240p.
These underage girls alcohol? Was that the experiment?
He will. Yeah, he will, and he did.
Oh, dude, that's cutthroat.
Yeah, he did it.
Will Justin have sex with this underage girl?
Dude, Jonah's right next to him in this.
I gotta hear this one more time.
I'll just get one of these Asian pear things.
Oh, hold on.
Okay. I'll just get a Grey Goose and some drinks right now.
Wait, was that Jonah next to him?
Yeah.
Yes, that's Jonah.
Oh.
Yeah, you see what's going on here?
He's under a bad influence. I hate to say it.
There's
He's
a lot
getting
of
the Justin Schlong Hollywood handbook.
Sorry.
Can I start you guys off with some drinks right now? Sounds good. I'll just get a Grey Goose and cranberry. Okay? Do you know you want?
I'll just get one of these.
Did I miss it again? Damn it.
I think so. Wait, no, I feel like it's it's after this.
It's really weird.
Oh.
It's after this.
Sorry.
Okay, whatever. Oh wait, I have the timestamp. Let me just pull that one up again because I don't want to
Yeah.
get claimed, so I'm trying to show as little as
Quickly, I
possible.
know you guys are having drinks, so Ladies, can I have your
Oh, this is another timestamp. That's
This
also
is another
creepy. Yeah.
timestamp.
Oh, they come
Wait,
to
you
ID.
should listen.
Yo,
You should listen to this part.
alone though shows you how different the world is now, how we
That's what I
perceive this
said.
stuff. Like at the time, this was just a funny joke. Right. He was trying to get these young girls drunk. Like, haha.
Yeah, even like films, like Superbad, that was the whole narrative. Like, we're gonna get these girls drunk enough to sleep with us, and like that was the hit.
But this is real life.
But this is real life.
This
I
is
know.
him in real life trying to get young girls drunk,
Yeah.
and it's like just a silly joke, like how we're pranking you.
And I was one of those girls.
Wow,
Real
you were
life.
one of those girls in real life. All right, this is nuts.
Yeah.
sorry?
I forgot my
They're 21, but let's just say hypothetically they don't have IDs. You will pay for the ticket ad.
Are you for real, brother?
Let's just say hypothetically they don't have IDs. Bro.
So did that work back then? Hey, brother, look the other way, huh?
Yeah, totally.
They're 15, so what?
And then we'll leave, and then we don't have to work about it.
That doesn't work for me. Okay. Ladies, how old are you?
Dude, he tells them to say 21.
Okay, so 18. How old are you?
I'm 17.
Okay, Sarah, do me a favor. I want you to go back there. I want to get. I want you to get out of here.
Dude, are you?
That's nuts. The premise of this prank
Oh
is
my
blowing
God.
my mind.
Dude, and I didn't know about this. So this got sent to me the day after I tweeted. All of a sudden, this video resurfaced. And I was watching and I'm like, this is how deep the patriarchy was reigning
Right. I
during
mean,
this time.
right.
You know, like that got approved by a network. That was a funny.
And even what the crazy part is, even Justin Long was like, "That's funny. You can put that out."
Totally. Yeah. Totally. And it's them together. What
Nobody
are the odds, too? It's like,
give no fucks.
Very
it was
true.
kind of breaking my brain.
Very true.
It broke my brain.
My favorite Ashton
yeah,
Kutcher prank
hate
was
that.
when he tried
Thanks.
to convince his good friends to go to Jeffrey Epstein's island.
No.
No, I'm kidding. But like that, we're gonna get on a flight with my friend Epstein. They call it the Lolita Express. You guys want to go?
Stop.
Everyone's like, "Yeah, dude, I know about him."
Dude, who were the celebrities?
Who would they be? Justin
yeah,
Long.
who would they be? Yeah, Justin
Justin
Schlong.
Long. Justin Schlong.
Justin Long Dong. Yeah, he so you kind of know what I'm dealing with now at this point.
Very much.
Okay. So that's where I'm at. She, eventually comes out. We all start drinking. They even make some kind of jokes about our age. I remember Jonah at one point being like, "Can you even drink this?" Like, and he was like pulling it away and then like put it back to me. And so it was like a joke that we were underage.
They knew. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Clearly,
definitely.
he was sitting like they can't even deny it after
How
that
could you
clip.
not? No, you
He was
can't.
just sitting with girls in a public setting and trying to get them alcohol.
I mean, hypothetically.
Hypothetically, of course.
Just hypothetically.
Dude, she never got the alcohol. What do you want?
Just hypothetically. So yeah. So anyways, hypothetically, I was there,
Mm-hmm.
drinking with them, and they're making jokes. And then at one point, I wanted a cigarette, and I didn't obviously have one because I couldn't buy one legally.
Mm-hmm.
So Jonah ends up saying, "I have cigs, but they're in my car." And I was like, okay. And I thought he was going to go and get it. And he was like, "I don't really want to go all alone, if you know what I mean. Come with me." And I remember just being like, all right, whatever. I don't think anything what could possibly fucking happen, between here and the Prius, with Jonah Hill. And so we went downstairs, see his Prius. The American Spirits, I remember, were in the front seat. And he grabbed them, and then we were walking awkwardly back to the door. And I remember saying "Hey, can I have one?" Because we're outside. And he didn't say anything. He just slams me across the door. I'll never forget it, because you don't forget these things. He slammed me across the door, and he just put his tongue right in my mouth, and it was I just remember it moving around. It was just really intense, and I just remember being startled and kind of just grossed out. And I tried to push him away, and I did actually. He did end up backing away, and I remember turning around and running upstairs. And the guy who I first found up there was ironically, weirdly, was the emo dude from Wedding Crashers. I loved that movie at the time, so I remembered him. And I remember just having a conversation with him, just kind of like, I think he was married at the time. I think even his wife was there. They were like the only people. That's where things started getting fuzzy. Like, obviously I was drinking, but I remember him, and I think his wife was there, and it was Justin, and it was Jonah, and it was Togo, and it was my underage friend. And that was a story that I honestly, my husband knows this story. It was like a story I told a lot of people, honestly. And it, throughout time, like, when you're a survivor, you start putting them kind of on like a list of most traumatic, least traumatic. When you're going to therapy, you have all these things, but they're starting to create like an order to things. And Jonah was just one that I just never thought I was ever going to tell that story publicly. Honestly, it wasn't something that I felt the need to really go out and tell the world that story. But when I woke up to Sarah's brave screen captures of the experience that she had with him, it immediately triggered me. And when you get triggered a little bit, it's a little bit impulsive, and I got triggered, and I was like, I know that no one else is coming forward about anything about him right now, and I wanted to do that to like support her. And I didn't even know if anyone was gonna see it. Honestly, I really did not think anyone was going to notice. It was going to get buried, I thought, in all the tweets
and
about him and boundaries.
How did you process that at the time when he did that to you? Was that kind of a normal thing for you to happen, or was that even out of the ordinary?
Honestly, man, like, I've been assaulted so many times in the industry. It's sad. So it was pretty normal. It was pretty normal, but it definitely stood out in my brain, and I remember being angry and like emotionally, like I felt like a boundary was crossed. To speak Jonah's language, a boundary felt like it was crossed. And that's how I felt. I wasn't, you don't call the cops. Like, it wasn't that kind of era. First of all, like, they would be like, why the fuck are you out at 15? And like, then your mom's gonna be super upset. It was just, you're a teenager, so you're just put into a situation where the only thing to do is just quickly process it. And then, you end up really processing it as an adult in therapy later on, which is what's been happening to me now in my 30s.
Did you guys talk at all after that at the party, or?
No, I stayed away. I did not like him. Yeah, I didn't like that. He didn't apologize to me. And that was also just pretty upsetting. He didn't say anything about anything else that he was accused of. And then he gets Marty Singer. Dude, if you're going to choose any lawyer to defend you, just don't have it be the guy who defended like Danny Masterson or whatever his name
Marty
is.
Singer.
Right? Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's so funny that you mentioned his name. I won't say
Oh,
why.
yeah, he
I
gets
probably
around.
shouldn't. Or maybe I should.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe you
who
should.
cares?
Who cares?
But I don't want to be wrong here. Let me make sure.
Yeah, be right.
Okay,
Is
here, let
Marty
me get this right.
otherwise?
Marty Singer, Colleen Ballinger.
No, it's his friend. They work
Andrew
together
Brettler is
sometimes.
Colleen.
Oh, and so wait, okay, Andrew Brettler. Brettler?
Yes.
So these
Wait.
guys, okay, because I thought that Andrew Brettler reps some of those people you mentioned.
He does. And
They're
if
partners?
you Google Marty Singer and Andrew, whatever the hell his last name is, you'll see photos of them together.
Marty Singer and Andrew Brettler.
Oh yeah, they're quite the
Named-
duo.
Named to Hollywood Reporter's Power Lawyer list.
It's giving the Harvey Weinstein, Kavanaugh pick. That is
Okay,
so what it's
listen.
giving.
Everybody needs a lawyer. You know what I mean? I as a profession, lawyers are scumbags. They're all scumbags. The good ones and the bad ones. What do you want?
Agreed. But my grandpa went to Harvard and he was a lawyer, and I'll never forget what he said. He said he was a criminal lawyer, criminal defense lawyer, and he said, "I'll represent anyone but a rapist."
Interesting.
And I'll never forget that he said that. So there is a choice.
He had a
I
line.
think, he had a line. He had
And
he had a line.
Now, I think you could say hypothetically about Andrew Brettler and Marty Singer,
Yeah.
that hypothetically they don't have that line.
They do not.
But I don't know that for sure because I don't know the guilt or innocence of his clients and stuff. But certainly some of his clients are accused of that.
Well, Danny was convicted, right?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
so then they do defend rapists
They do.
because he was convicted. He went to jail.
Correct.
So
He-
I think
yeah,
it is
exactly.
fair to say that Andrew Bretler and Marty Singer defend rapists.
Correct. Yeah, I would agree with you. I'm not going to debate on that.
Let me just make sure. Andrew.
Allegedly.
What was his name?
Allegedly, hypothetically.
What was the guy's name from the Scientology rapist guy from the 90s?
Danny
Yeah,
Masterson.
Danny Masterson. Mr. Rapey.
Oh, that's
Danny Raperson.
Danny Raperson. Yeah, that's his real name, legal name.
That's his government. Yeah.
Yeah, that's on his ID now.
Let's see. Okay, so her attorney is Andrew Bretler. So I don't know if if Marty Singer. Now I wonder, does Marty Singer have any affiliation with Brian Singer? Are they brothers?
Oh my God! You know what?
Because they have the same last name.
Circle. They're all in the same circle, dude. They're all in the same circle. I wouldn't be surprised if
Brian
they were
Singer
related.
and Marty Singer. Are they? Because I just want to get my facts straight.
I feel like their streams have crossed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. They so,
No.
okay. Okay. This is all very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and
It's a small
allegedly,
circle.
and I'll say this: I don't know nothing about nobody.
Yeah, neither do
Those
I.
lawyers, I don't know nothing about them.
Yeah.
Brian Singer, never met the guy, never read anything about him. So everything I'm saying right now is comedy, it's parody,
Satire.
and also I don't know anything about anything. I literally am the dumbest person alive. I'm a goldfish.
Good call.
You're a goldfish?
I have no memory. I have no thoughts. I don't know anything about anybody. Nobody takes what I say seriously.
You're an impressive goldfish. I didn't realize I was having a conversation with a goldfish this entire time.
What?
Oh, is this Dory?
Say it again. By the way, this is not real, right, Cam? You're fucking with me?
Get out of
Yeah,
here.
that's a parody image.
Yo,
I
was
don't
that?
know. I'm a goldfish.
This
we're
is not
all
a real image. I
goldfish.
think we need to say that.
This
This cannot be real.
is not a real image.
Yeah, that's a Photoshop.
Okay.
It's two real
Parody.
images.
Yeah, we
Photoshopped together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't really look that Photoshop to me. Okay. I wouldn't have been that shocked by that photo if it was
It
real.
would be good. So okay, so Jonah Hill.
Yeah, Marty Singer.
Yeah, you're coming out really, I feel like gave a lot of weight to his ex-girlfriend's original account.
Yeah, because what I saw there first of all, that was really awesome what she did there, just because I've been emotionally abused in relationships before, but I'll put like the really, really bad physical assaults or, the sexual abuse, obviously in my brain more ahead of the emotional abuse. And like the emotional abuse isn't something that I necessarily I don't know, put a lot of weight to sometimes. And when I saw her put weight to it and want to like it to be validated, that really put a lot into perspective for me personally. And I thought that was pretty badass that she did that, because when I was reading those text messages, what maybe people don't understand if you're like not a survivor of an abuser is that when he was giving those boundaries, that power dynamic, first of all, I think they're like 10 years apart or whatever. So there's already like an age difference there. But also you love this individual. Your brain chemistry is all like oxytocined out. And you have this person basically telling you that all the things that make you you, he doesn't like those about you.
Right.
And
she was that person when he met her.
Right. And so all of a sudden you start to be like, are these things not lovable about me? Should I change, these things? So when she came forward, what I saw as a survivor was, I think when we come forward as survivors, we're looking for validation because we've been so gaslit that we want to hear, like, can you please tell me if I'm wrong or right? I don't know anymore. That's how it fucks with your head so deeply that people don't realize that. Like a lot of survivors subconsciously are coming forward, I believe, because they just need to know what's happening to them or what happened to them. And that's why we go to therapy, you know? Like you go to therapy to like understand what happened to you pretty much or to process it. And I think coming forward is a very similar experience. It's just not in a room with one individual. It's a lot more intense. But you want the validation basically. And so I saw her wanting that validation and I know what that feels like because I've come forward before and it's scary.
Yeah.
And especially when you're a female, people are like,
Get someone rich and famous.
yeah.
It's not
And then you got
easy.
all these bot bros, like bots that just go to town on you, you know, and make, you know, give you death threats, etc. I know how it goes.
So let me,
And
can I ask
yeah.
you something?
Yeah.
A lot of people I saw online saying this, and I can't lie, this was my first reaction, although I've totally come around. That's not how I feel now.
Okay.
But reading the text message, a lot of people saw that and said, yes, he's a douche, but he's setting his boundaries and expectations very clear. And so if she can't reach, so how is it abuse if he's saying these are my expectations, and if you can't reach that, then let's just break up?
Because it's very manipulative because you don't know what all the experiences that have led up to now this list of boundaries. Most likely he's been doing other tactics that have messed with her sanity, to be quite honest with you. From what I read, they were also going to couples therapy. There was already this going on.
Actually, one other thing I read that really made me turn on him, their therapist was his like best friend that he was like doing a project with. I think he was working with a therapist who was like his best buddy. It was like so fucked up in that sense. Can you fact check that, somebody? I know I read something about that.
Yeah, well, see, there's also my abuser did to me too, and it ended up backfiring on him. Actually, he tried to get me into therapy. Every time I tried to leave him, I was crazy, and I was, my self-worth was very low. I didn't want real love, and so he put me in therapy, and the therapist ended up being like, "You gotta leave."
Oh, for real?
Yeah, that's how I got out of there.
Good for them.
That's how I escaped. So it worked out. But anyways, if it's not that,
yeah, that's always gonna fucking backfire. Fucking abusers they're kind of dumb.
You know, like the mediation experience though that happened in my divorce was the opposite of that. It was basically like a Sarah Brady situation where it wasn't neutral, you know, and a lot of bad things ended up happening to me in that mediation because no one was looking out for my best interest. So I believe that, like, that's pretty scary. But the thing is, like, you don't know what was happening around that conversation and what led up to that list of boundaries. To me, when I read that, I didn't really see a man saying he's crazy or taking any type of accountability. I saw him kind of putting her down and putting him up. Like, this is what I want to know. This is the kind of woman I need and what I want. And you just don't measure up. So if you're not going to measure up, then you can't have me. That's like how I felt it. And I've felt that before by abusive men, is that they use these you almost don't even catch it. Like, it's so smooth almost. But if you reread it a few times, you'll be like, oh, he's putting her down. He's putting her down and he's putting him up. Like, I don't really like a woman who like surfs with men. And like, I'm pretty chill. Like, I have my shit together. So, and you're just like, ugh.
Okay. So I mean, yeah, the text is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of everything else that's going on.
Correct. I just think that was a symptom that was just part of many other things that were obviously going on behind closed doors with them, you know, or in conversations. And I mean, she obviously felt very charged to, you know, release those messages. And so most of the time when that happens, like, that person's really asking for the world to validate that, you know, they're not crazy. Because that's what abusers really make you feel like. I mean, it took me many I had to process my abuse during my first pregnancy, and it was really rough. You know, like, you just even there's some days I sometimes wake up, is that how it, it's so fucked. Honestly, like it takes a lot of willpower to really get yourself out of the manipulation that's very subtle and slowly happens over a period of time.
So I'm seeing here that Jonah Hill made a
Really?
documentary with his therapist about
Yeah,
some
never-
like specific type of therapy they developed, which sounds like super
What?
pseudoscience-y, like lame shit. And I think that it was the same therapist they were doing couples
Was it?
counseling with, but I don't know if it was. Yeah, I don't know if it was. So don't quote me on that. Also, allegedly, I don't know nothing. I'm a goldfish.
I'm gonna start saying I'm a goldfish.
I don't
Do you
know
think they'll believe
anything.
That?
I
You
think
think a woman
it
could
might
get away
play
with the
well. I think it might play well with the judge.
Do you think a woman could get away with the goldfish thing? I don't know.
So I want to, I guess, let's see. Brady's text also mentions separate couples therapist.
So it was a different one according to the text.
Okay, it was a different one. Okay.
Okay.
So
I'm sure it was recommended though by this guy.
although his therapist is like his best homie, who's probably just validating all of his psychotic tendencies.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
I wanted to ask you about one other person that you had mentioned on social media recently, Seth MacFarlane of Family Guy fame.
Yeah. I'm not ready. I'm like can't do it now. But,
Okay, fair enough.
But I meant what I said. I definitely meant what I said. And I said things earlier too that nobody really listened to. Like, I don't know, November of last year.
What
I was,
did
like,
you? Are you
triggered.
comfortable repeating what you already said, or I mean, you don't? I'm not going to pressure you at all. We can move right past it.
Yeah, no, it's already on. It's on Twitter. I don't even know if I deleted all of them per se, but I was like pretty triggered. And all I gotta say is like just know or look into how many rape jokes that guy wrote over there as well. Like if you think Punk'd makes those guys look like whatever, like definitely check out Family Guy's rape jokes.
Wow.
There's
a lot of
far. There are a lot of them, and he plays the voice of one of them, of Quagmire. And
right.
yeah,
Who is there? Super funny, actual, just like straight up, like racist, sexual, or not racist. I mean rapist, sexual, a predator, Quagmire.
Yeah, predator.
It is. I always
Yeah,
thought it
yeah.
was odd how they portray Quagmire. It's like
True.
this dude is like a rapist.
Yeah. Yeah, he even admits at one
100%.
point. I'm pretty positive there's an episode where he's like, "I'm a rapist" to Peter or whatever.
Damn. Man, I didn't even clock that at the time. It's been a long time since I watched Family Guy.
So I don't. So the Zoe 101 reunion is happening tomorrow, and as I understand, you weren't invited to that.
No.
Did you find
Neither
that
was
odd?
Dan though. No, neither was Dan though. So...
Well, that makes more sense to me that they can't find him. They couldn't even find him to get. You know what I mean?
No, he's in Thailand. He's
Yeah.
in Thailand. No, I wasn't invited. Actually, I'm airing my E Predators daily show tomorrow, talking a little bit about it. Like that's a good day to air this while I'm about to give birth. I'll just like do it on the same day that I was once again uninvited. But it's okay.
Did it surprise you that you weren't invited?
It more surprised me when they had a reunion. Like I thought maybe when we were getting close to 30 that we've like moved past some of this.
Right.
And that was more shocking to me. Like the reboot, whatever. But this is, I don't know if I mentioned this part, but what was really messed up was I came forward once again about them basically bullying me throughout the entire show. And right after they did the whole reunion thing, Jamie ends up reaching out to me with this fake apology. And I was like, I think I was 7 months pregnant around that time with Nova. And she sends me this long thing. And then at the end of it, she wants something from me, of course. So it was like this apology, like, oh, let bygones be bygones. And then at the end, it said, will you be in my music video?
Come on, man.
Why would she want, that's crazy.
Yeah. It was very weird. And I obviously was like, no, I said it nicely though. I was like, thank you so much for inviting me. But no, like I'm going into like birth soon. I'm going on my baby moon or whatever. And I just made up a bunch of like real excuses, but also excuses to not be a part of that. And fast forward, I thought everything was chill. To be honest with you, I just thought, okay, Jamie finally at least she did apologize, even if it wasn't totally genuine. At least I got a text message from her and I'll take it. And then a few months later, she messages me, and this is right around the time Brittany came forward her testimony about what she went through. And I remember being like, oh my God, Jamie Lynn Spears is, you know, I just, whatever. I was like, oh my God, she's still like this. And I was trying to process it. And then she texted me and said, can I send you something? And I was like, I don't want you to know where I live. I'm kidding. But like a little bit, I was like, I don't want to give you my address. And I don't know what you're sending me. Why don't you tell me what you're sending me? And then the next day, I find out that Jamie's book is about to get released. And I'm like, was she trying to send me her freaking book? And I was like, wait, what the hell? And then I get all these messages. The book leaked, and she just told mad lies about me in the book that she was trying to send to me.
Was it like defamatory
allegedly.
shit? What did she say about you?
She basically did the whole Darvo effect thing where she like just turned everything as if it was me bullying her on set. And it's like, what are you talking about?
You ever consider taking action or something?
No, I'm so exhausted with these people. There's only so much action I could do. Even right now, I'm doing action at 9 months pregnant, and like maybe some doctors wouldn't recommend it.
Well, the good news is I don't think anybody read that book.
No, I don't think so. And the ones that did, it leaked.
Yeah, nobody wanted it. Nobody read it.
No, but I did get told. So that's when I came forward about even more so. I was like, Jamie, what the hell is this? Like, were you trying to send me and I would have appreciated if she just told me also like, hey, I wrote this book and this is how I feel. Like, can we hash some things out? Like, this is my memory. Can we talk about I would have loved an actual conversation, like what normal people do, you know? But instead it was her just sending me allegedly, hypothetically.
Asking a super celebrity to just be normal, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Maybe this book that had all these lies about me in it.
That is very interesting.
It was so sad.
Yeah, very.
It was so
She's
sad.
a nobody now, I'm pretty sure, right?
Like-
She's just the girl that tried to steal her sister's money. Isn't that right?
Right, and she has her Paramount Plus show that comes
She
out
does?
tomorrow. The Zoe
It's a
102.
movie.
Wait, they're
Zoe
making a
102.
new one?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the world has no new ideas.
Did nobody ask for Zoe? Well, by the way, I looked up how many seasons of Zoe 101 there was. There's only 4 seasons. So
Yeah.
you were like a main star for 2 of those 4 seasons.
Yeah.
So
But apparently it wasn't enough.
excluding you from the reunion seems pretty intentional.
Definitely. It's okay though. It's okay because, you know, honestly, I've learned like I don't really want to be near, you know, if you're not going to value me as a person, like I don't need to be, you know, hanging. It's okay. Like I've gotten to the point where I'm like, I don't want to hang out with you, you know, so it's fair now. We both don't want to hang out with each other at least.
Wait, the show, there was only 4 seasons because Jamie got pregnant when she was 16?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know that?
Yep, I remember that scandal. I never watched the show, but I remember she got pregnant and it was a huge thing. And she just kind of disappeared for a while.
Comment.
Allegedly, Jamie denies that.
And who's the father? Dan Schnatt? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
There's that whole
Jamie
God,
denies
that's-
her firstborn.
There's a lot of rumors. There's like fake conspiracy theories all about that. Of course, because the
16.
internet.
That's pretty young. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it was pretty. That's a.
Who's the father? I don't remember. Casey Aldridge? I don't know who that is. On Entertainment Tonight. It?
Oh, the big experience for a 16-year-old. I mean, for me, even at 27, it was a big experience.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine doing that at 16. Like, that's just...
Oh, they met at a church youth group event.
So there's something else. What was the other thing? So Zoe 102? That's fucking weird. Oh yeah, here's something I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah,
you were
you're
in
smart.
Tiptoes. You were in the movie Tiptoes?
You fucking know Tiptoes, dude?
Dude, that movie is legendary.
Wait, stop
In
it.
the role of a lifetime, Gary Oldman. They thought he was
Dude,
going to
you
win
know
an Academy Award for that.
Yo, Gary Oldman literally walked on his knees.
I know.
for
I
every
could
single
tell
scene.
from watching it that he was just on his knees with like a shoe glued to him. And they said it was a role of a lifetime in the trailer. Play it, Zach.
And in the role of a lifetime, Gary Oldman.
Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
They were
did
trying
not
to
say that.
Yes, that's from that's
God.
from the trailer. They're Oscar baiting. Wait, what was your role in Tiptoes?
Wait.
One more time,
What?
Zach.
I've never seen that. There's a
It's amazing.
And in the role of a lifetime, Gary Oldman.
Did the trailer get claimed? I don't remember. I think it may have.
I think it did. I could test it.
Can you believe they're still fucking claiming the Tiptoes trailer of all goddamn things?
Wait, they're not claiming it, are they?
You go and after we're done,
Oh my
I'll send. One of us will send you the link. The trailer is
Send it to me.
legendary. Legendary.
Okay, you have to send that to me because honestly, that was one of the most wild sets I've ever worked on. Also, what happened to Matthew McConaughey? Have you seen him lately?
What, he got real skinny? What?
No, dude, he's like started a cult.
Oh yeah, the money. He's doing like a get rich quick thing with
what?
with what's his name?
Tom Robbins. Tim.
Yeah,
what's his
Tony
name?
Robbins, who's another scumbag.
Yeah.
I did
what
not
the
know
hell?
about
It was-
this.
It's Art of Living.
Dude, I
He
saw.
calls it.
Actually, they posted a live stream on YouTube that I was, and then they removed it, and I was really disappointed because it was gold. But
Wait,
yeah,
why did they remove it? That sucks.
I don't
But
know
he
why.
was actually nice. He was nice on
That's good.
Tiptoes. He was. You know who wasn't really that nice though?
Who?
Gary Oldman wasn't that nice.
Gary Oldman. Well, it was a role of a lifetime. He was focusing hard. He was in character, you know.
He was method.
Yeah,
He
method
was
as
deep.
fuck.
He
He
was
He went
method as
home at
fuck.
night. He walked around on his knees. It's absolutely. I can't believe that movie ever got made. I mean, it was shocking.
Gary Oldman.
Matthew Bright.
Yeah,
Matthew Bright
To
directed
anyone who
that.
doesn't know, Matthew McConaughey has a dark secret that he hasn't told his girlfriend, his new girlfriend. What is the dark secret? That his whole family is little people. Oh, well, they say in the movie they call them midgets, which I know I'm not supposed to say, but like I feel like you guys need to know that. And
Most
so
ridiculous film. It makes no sense.
here's Gary Oldman on his knees pretending to be a little person.
You're fucking kidding me. You're kidding me. What the fuck? What is this? What is this? I'm dying.
And in the role of a lifetime.
And then here's the best part. His girlfriend, she
I
gets
cannot.
pissed that his whole family is little people and she didn't tell him. And then he's got to go meet his crazy family. They're all little people. And it's just so wacky. This is the craziest
That's
premise
insane.
for a movie of
This
all
is the
time.
best
And you were
description. I
there.
thought it was a good idea to make. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You were
I
there.
was there. I was.
People hated it at the time, right? Surely it was widely hated.
I was there. I did it.
So
I actually
what
did
was
it.
your role? What was your role? Were you what character were you?
I don't know, man. What
don't
I
remember?
was. No, I remember. I do remember. I was Matthew McConaughey's cousin.
Were you one of the little people?
They never confirmed nor denied that.
You were a little person at Tiptoes. You were one of the little people.
I was pretty little.
Wait, how old were you at the time?
I think I was like 6 or.
Okay, you were 6.
I was little.
So
Literally.
you were a little person technically.
I was technically a little person. I was really legit a little person.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's
no, I
amazing.
can't believe you know Tiptoes.
I do. I know all
Isn't that
about
an incredible
tiptoes.
title? It's an incredible.
Oh yeah,
title.
because he's tiptoeing around the dark secret that his family is little people, and also they tiptoe because they're little and they want to appear bigger, taller. It's
More
a double
like
meaning.
His knees. Gary Oldman's knees were tiptoeing.
Dude, he's awesome. Here,
I
by the
love
way, since you mentioned dear Matthew McConaughey, I'm gonna pull this up.
So
yes,
my son was headed off to camp, and before he went, he shared a really cool thing with me. I said, "Hey, what are you hoping to get from this?" And he said, "Papa, I just want to."
Papa. He didn't say that, did he? Papa. He didn't say it like that, did he?
Hoping to get from this. And he said, "Papa, I just want to meet new people and do cool."
Maybe he did. I don't know. His wife is, I think, Hispanic.
Some howdies.
So maybe he did say it like that.
Thanks.
I just want to meet people and do cool things.
And that is about the
And I was like, wow, you are the most privileged piece of shit I've ever known.
Totally, exactly.
best reason to go and do something there is in life, isn't it? So I got an idea.
Oh no.
What if we got together so we can meet new people and do
Stop.
cool
And
things?
also, you pay me.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my first ever virtual live event, and it's called The Art of Living. And I'd like to invite you to join me. We're going to work on getting in tune, all right? Finding our frequency, not someone else's.
Why?
By learning how to catch and create more green lights.
This man won an
Green
Academy
lights.
Award, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I did see
He
something
did,
about
he
this.
did.
This is an A-list actor
Some howdies.
doing some straight D-list
Yeah, what is
cash
he doing?
grabbing. I don't know.
In our
But
life.
wait, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand why.
It's like why? I don't know, because he's obviously wealthy enough. I don't know.
he doesn't
man.
need to do it.
His wife is Brazilian, by the way, so maybe his son is does say papa, like he said. I don't want to offend anybody. Here's,
No,
by the
but
way,
he says it is just unreal.
papa. Papa.
Papa.
Here's the Dinklage was also in Tiptoes. I think he was the only little person potentially on set.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember. Oh, I remember that scene.
He was a badass.
He is a badass, honestly.
Yeah,
He really, and that's what's her name? Is it Patricia Arquette?
I think
or
so. I think so.
Unbelievable. That
Star-studded.
was
Yo, during the trailer, they go starring all these people, star-studded, stunning, in the role of a lifetime.
And in the role of a lifetime, Gary Oldman.
I swear to God, that's from the trailer.
It's so not PC in any type of way. That movie would have been, I would have been probably protesting.
Oh yeah, no, dude, those people nobody in that movie wants anybody to remember.
No, that movie exists.
Yeah, the trailer
But
got
you
claimed.
do.
Why are they
That's
claiming the trailer? That's so obscene. All right.
So dumb.
So, I don't know, Alexa, is there anything else you want to add? I mean, I wanted to ask you about your Eat Predators organization that you've put together. I guess what is that?
Yeah, what is that? You know, Eat Predators basically started out of just kind of hopelessness. Just straight up hopelessness and not knowing what to do. It was also kind of around the time of the Johnny Depp, like Amber Heard fiasco, and it was some dark times. And I was like, what do I do to actually feel empowered as a survivor? And, you know, I just randomly saw that Diplo, I don't know if anyone knows who Diplo is.
Yeah, we know, or I know.
Okay. All right. So Diplo's like best friends with my abuser, and he obviously also is an alleged abuser. And I saw that he was having an all ages show in the middle of the street out of a fucking ice cream truck, out of all things. Oh, stop. I can't even see his image.
Okay, just so the people know, that's Diplo. I mean, he's one of the famous EDM. Is it EDM? I don't know.
Yeah, it's EDM. It's whatever he wants it to be, honestly. Yeah, so I'm not like a fan necessarily of the guy. He doesn't have really good accusations. He was under a criminal investigation. He preys on young Black girls, allegedly. And so, yeah, I saw that he was playing out of an ice cream truck on Melrose Avenue. And I just felt the need to tell the kids possibly that were watching the show that he was in the middle of a criminal investigation. Like, just in case, I don't know, like they should know. And that's the thing with the music industry is like these guys will straight up be in the middle of criminal investigations and they'll just put them around potential victims, you know? So I went with a couple of my survivor friends and we just went to across the street at first to protest the truck. And it was ironically called Eat the Rich popsicles. And it was like a whole art whatever
Excuse me,
thing.
Diplo?
Yeah, he's a rich man. It's like, so we're eating him? I'm confused. So anyways, I came up with the idea to have my
So we're eating him. You volunteering as tribute.
protest sign be Eat Predators. And I never thought it was going to end up becoming what it ended up becoming. I thought it was just going to be one night
shit.
protest sign.
That's so based. Wait, that's hella based.
But my husband ended up dragging me into the middle of the crowd of the people that were listening to Diplo play. And that night, I really got to see how people treated survivors. I got knocked around. Some girl took my phone from me. A guy shredded my protest sign. And that's when I realized, wow, survivors are not safe. You know, I wasn't doing anything in that crowd. I was just holding the sign. And violence came upon me, basically, and my husband.
You were just holding a sign that said, Eat Predators.
Yeah.
And people, why were they attacking you?
Because they were defending Diplo.
They knew that you were accusing him of allegedly
Correct.
being...
Hypothetically.
You are allegedly accusing him of allegedly being hypothetically a predator.
In my opinion.
In Minecraft.
Yes, there we go. There we go. That's perfect. We're cleared.
Yeah.
We're totally cleared here. Yeah, that's what was. And I was like, oh, wow. So no one, like, if, you know, for example, if anyone else was protesting something, like, why would you ever go violent against someone protesting against a predator? Like, you know, like if I saw Eat Predators, I'd just be like, okay, whatever. Even if I wanted to listen to the music, I would just keep listening to the music, not shred the person's sign and grab the phone. Like, it was a wake up call for me personally. And so that's what led me to digging more into enablers. Like, how do these alleged predators survive in these industries? How do they thrive? How do they get more access to more victims? And that's when I started to realize I wanted to look more into the enablers, not just the alleged predators. And so I started doing the digging, and let's just say it was like the Catholic Church on steroids, the entertainment industry. It really honestly is. And they've been covering up and moving these alleged predators around and not doing anything about it. And a lot of victims could have been spared their abuse if this industry actually did something about the allegations when they first heard about them. So I started to Eat Predators. I started going to these institutions, like going to these record labels. One of them being a lawyer, who was the lawyer of my abuser and the lawyer of Kevin Spacey and the lawyer of Diplo. Allegedly, when he was at Berkeley, he, I can't say this, he like, you should look it up on Business Insider, what he allegedly did.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. And now he's a lawyer who represents alleged abusers and bullies survivors like me out of our road to justice. And so I stood up to him and his law firm with a couple of survivors and eventually got those court documents to be told to the world, because survivors deserve to know, you know, if their lawyer is an alleged predator, you know, himself.
Right.
And I felt that, you know, we deserve full disclosure. So that's kind of how I started. And it's from my own personal experience in the industry. And now that I'm a pregnant mom, I was like, okay, I can't be on the streets that often. So I took it to the screens. And now I'm making a show basically about it called Eat Predators Daily, where I basically just protest via talking about all these different individuals.
Is that a YouTube thing?
Yeah, it comes out tomorrow.
Oh, let me see. Do you have what's the channel? How do people watch it?
It's at Eat Predators, and it should say Alexa Nikolas.
Okay, so we'll put a link in the description for that. So you're putting out your first episode tomorrow. What kind of show can people expect?
It's going to be kind of like The Onion, but for predators.
That sounds...
It's like, it's pretty much like a lot of satire, going through predatory behavior in the industry, and it's my personal experience through it and also my commentary on these headlines.
That
I make
sounds
my own
interesting.
headlines.
I think a lot of
It's
people would be
fun.
interested in that.
Thank you.
A lot
I
of
hope
and where can people go support you, follow you? I know there's a lot of people here who are your admirers now, if they weren't
Aw.
before, and they would like to go support you. So
That's so sweet. On Instagram, I match the source, and on TikTok, I'm Alexa Nikolas, and then on YouTube, I'm E Predators. So, and E Predators on Instagram as well.
So we'll put all the links in the description, guys, so you don't have to worry. It'll all be there. Just go to the description. I actually, if I had a couple more questions that just came to my mind, if you're okay
Tell
with that.
me.
Because
Yeah,
you had,
let's
you
do
had,
it.
oh, sorry, what?
I said, let's do it.
Okay, cool. You had mentioned that the Amber Heard case had put you in a bad place, and
It
I'm
did.
curious, what about that put you in a bad place?
I think it put everybody in a bad place.
How I saw people making fun of her. Even if like people didn't believe her, the way that I saw the world dehumanizing her, it just triggered me into that's how survivors feel all the time anyways. Like there's very little support most of the time when you're coming, especially when you're going up against someone who's extremely powerful, and more powerful than you technically. It's dehumanizing. It's humiliating. Most people don't like you for doing that. You lose your job. You get canceled, And so when I saw this like huge actress like Amber Heard just getting totally dragged through, God, like just a viral hell, and having, it doesn't matter if you believe her or you don't believe her. That's not really what I was triggered by. It was just by how we were making jokes out of rape. And how we like Family Guy, how we were like making jokes, about possibly someone's real life trauma. And, I was in the middle of a lawsuit against my abuser at the time. And it almost, you can see how that could silence so many survivors.
Definitely. I was pretty surprised by. It seemed like even a lot of people who are generally would be like supportive of victims, like there was it was like just an incredible wave of just absolute hate for her specifically, and I was surprised by it. I mean, like you said, even if she's not in the right, it's still pretty stunning how cruel people were being towards her. I thought. I agree.
I was just blown. I was blown away. And then you would just see all these videos of that guy, drunk, banging things around. And like, there was so much love and respect for him. And the woman, it was very triggering. And also, I just think maybe it was also like genetic, ancestral trauma of just being like, whoa, all of the love and support's going towards the guy, and the woman is just getting eaten alive. Like it was like watching someone get eaten alive.
You know what I think it was? There's a lot of people who are like,
real
women have gone too far. Feminism has gone too far.
Yeah.
So they saw this. They're like, here it is. The undeniable opportunity where she lied about all this shit.
Women are obviously evil because this one woman did a couple bad things.
And he is totally innocent. And so we're going to make the ultimate example of her. Although I have to say, I've been reading more and more stuff, and I feel like there is a public perception now that is somewhat shifting more in support of her. I do think so. I've read a lot of stuff. And I mean, some of the text messages I read from Johnny Depp's were just fucking vile. Like, vile. The shit he was saying about her was just so vile, man.
It was really bad. He literally talked about like wanting to rape a dead body.
Oh, I didn't read that one. That's
the
vibes.
corpse of her.
Okay, that's interesting.
And yeah, making sure she's dead, and you read that, and I did stand up for Amber Heard, and I got eaten alive for that. And so that was also like another like triggering thing, because I felt like I wasn't safe as a survivor once again to like have my own opinion about something. And then I saw what I really saw, honestly, was survivors attacking other survivors. And that's why I ended up coming up with like Survivors United at first. Now it's changed more to Power to Survivors because it's kind of hard to unite everybody. Most of the time, it's kind of an idealistic approach. But at the time, I just saw survivors fighting with survivors and trying to show like what trauma was more important than this trauma. And like, it just felt like a very dark time. And when I was witnessing that, it was just so sad because we just came out of this progressive movement where survivors felt support to come forward, and then this happened, and it was survivors going up against one another, which you know, it's like conquer divide.
This was the big rubber band, I think, is why it was so outsized, the hate for her. There's apparently a new Netflix documentary come out called Depp versus Heard. Do we have any? Do we know what's the angle on that?
What's that going to be?
I'm interested in that.
It's gonna be August 16th on Netflix. I'm reading.
That's very interesting.
I hope it's not like.
I have a feeling if it was just like all Johnny Depp propaganda, it wouldn't be that interesting of a documentary, would it?
True, because we've all heard it a thousand times that side.
Huh.
I'm curious to see. It just. I mean, there were so many girls that were silenced from that.
It
trial.
seemed to me, and I'm not super familiar with all the facts, so I'm probably speaking out of turn here, but.
You're a goldfish.
I'm a goldfish at the end of the day. But it seemed to me that they were both pretty abusive to each other, and the support he got was outsized, and the hate she got was outsized. It seemed like they had both done pretty fucked up things to each other.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that when I look back at myself in my abusive, fraudulent relationship, there are times that I'm not proud of necessarily who I was during that time, but that was because that person had a lot to do with bringing that out in me, like that survival mode, that aggressive. I look back now and I'm like, wow, I'm not like that at all with my husband. You know what I mean? Like I look at things that I said then, and then I see who I am in a safe environment that's not abusive and very loving. And you're like, wow, that's a huge difference. So at the same time, like, yeah, I don't think anyone's perfect at all. But at the same time, knowing my own personal experience, I'm always a little suspicious with that, because sometimes these abusers really bring out the worst in you. You know what I mean? And they're triggering you constantly. You're just not yourself. You're really not yourself. And so who knows what I would, none of us were actually obviously in the room there. But what I've read from the London trial.
You just have a stroke, or am I having a stroke? Finds out about reactive abuse. Yeah, and or mutual abuse. Like it's all very much a thing.
Was enough for me to go, she was abused, in my opinion. Like,
well,
there's enough there.
I think it's possible, and again, I might be speaking at a turn, that I think he may have also been on the receiving end of abuse from her.
Who knows? But really what it felt like was she was a lot younger than him. There was a little bit of a power dynamic there. Maybe she wasn't a person that all of us would chill with. Maybe she's not your BFF. But there was abuse happening there. And I think people got way more caught up in it being a sport and picking a team than like respecting trauma. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like,
it was about serious things, and people were making a spectacle of it, for sure.
It was scary.
Well, it was like gangbusters, man. I don't know if you noticed, like there were so many YouTube channels and Twitch streamers who they were like, it's Johnny Depp, Amber Heard all day, every day. They had like 90 clips of it.
Yes.
And
oh shit. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you so much. 8 months. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh, my alerts are off. Damn. Whoops. Thank you though.
And it was a circus kind of.
I got death threats. Like, I've never gotten death threats, and actually the second time I got death threats was when I came forward about Jonah Hill. But the first time I got death threats, like crazy amount, was just for posting something about Amber Heard once. And when I saw that, I was like, this is
Jesus.
This is wild. Why so much hatred? Like, what the hell?
The internet lost their goddamn mind over that shit.
What is going? It was Very weird.
Yeah, I noticed that too. His supporters were so freaking. They were just so determined, man. But
They
who
were.
could? But I do think people who are listening, who are hardcore Johnny Deppers, who think like Amber Heard's a liar and deserves everything. I would tell you guys just to read some more stuff coming out, because I've personally been influenced by some of the new stuff people are saying about it, because
But there's new stuff.
you know, when the dust settles and you can look at things retrospectively, I think that there's some new revelations and new perspectives on it that are really interesting.
Yes, and I honestly would like to add that, you know, abusers do tend to make things look really messy and complicated on purpose to drown out most of the time the victim's story, or the truth of something that's happening. Like, the messier it gets, I'm always very suspicious, because that's what my abuser would tend to do, was deny things, and then also kind of stir the pot to make it very complicated, when actually, when I would go to therapy, it was very simple. And I was like, whoa, it is very simple. Like, why am I making this so complicated? And I realized it was his influence, and him creating so much complexity actually create a lot of complicity, for all of those around me, not even realizing that they were, you know, being complicit in the abuse that he was, committing. So,
You know, I want to ask you one more question.
yeah.
If you go back to like where this all began, I mean, you were in a really sweet spot. You were on a huge show. You were the co-star, and it seemed like you had like a really potentially wonderful path ahead of you of success and wealth and acting, and like a lot of people dream of this, having these opportunities. Is there any time when you go back and think like that these people, these men, they stole this other you who could have been out there doing that?
Yes. Yeah. Many nights. I have cried over what men have done to me and my career. Like, if you look, I got married to my groomer and my abuser in 2012, and that was the last year I worked. So he took like everything from me. And that's why I'm so passionate about what I do, because I didn't really start processing it until I found out I was giving birth to a girl. And it brought me to tears, because I realized, well, how am I going to explain to her, if she does end up identifying as a woman, what that was like for me identifying as a woman? How would I share my inner world with my child? And I was very confused. I didn't know how to, and I had to do like a lot of internal work to kind of figure out what had happened to me, what I feel about it, and what I want to do about it now. And what I decided was I want to make sure this never happens to my daughter. Ever. I don't want her to ever go into any work environment, for example, and feel that if she stands up for the right thing, she's going to lose her job. And that's what happened to me. And that's what happened to countless people, mostly people that aren't white males. That's what happens when you stand up against these individuals. We're the ones who get canceled, you know, and it wasn't cancel culture for thousands of years when it was happening to us. But now that white men have little breaks in their careers because they did something, it's something called cancel culture, which is a real bummer, because really, if you look at history, there are so many individuals that have lost their art, their careers, their voices, for coming forward or standing up against power. And that's where I'm at now, where I can't sit in the gutter of what has happened to me. I chose to help others, hopefully, by sharing my stories and also getting active in whatever way possible so I can make Nova proud. I hope that's what I end up doing.
I'm sure you will. Yeah.
Thank you.
I there's one more thing. It keeps coming to my mind. One more thing I want to ask you, if you have time. I look back at those sets, And
Yeah.
these situations with kids, they're regulated by the state, I think, or by the federal government. But there are regulations about how kids need to be treated on set. But then when you go to and see what even happened to you, even despite all the regulations. So if you go like to what's happening on YouTube with like family vlogging channels, there's no regulations, there's no protection for the kids. This
So fucked.
I've always thought was a big problem. And there's no oversight. There's nobody there to advocate for the kids, even if it's their parents, you know what I mean, who's doing it, because the parents' self-interest is all mixed up with their kids' self-interest. This seems to me like a huge problem. Is this something you've thought about?
Absolutely. I mean, I get asked a lot of times from media outlets if I feel that there should be a such thing as child stars at all. Like, should children be? And I don't.
No.
I honestly do not believe.
Definitely not.
You think
'Cause
you
yeah.
think children should not be allowed to act?
No, because I don't think it's consensual. If they can't consent to like the army and they can't consent to, sex with a fucking adult, for example, like I don't really know if a child can consent to selling themselves in a type of way. Also, what I don't like about it is why I also personally wish that I wasn't a child star is kids should enjoy exploring their creativity without capitalism tainting it. Like I never got that. I never got to just like explore all the different creative sides of me because it was all about the financial the financial aspect always was a part of it, and it kind of tainted my relationship with creativity for a while. I always felt there had to be a financial exchange with creation, and it really messed with my head. And when I see kids, for example, that aren't in industries like that, they get to explore their creativity in a very healthy way without capitalism trying to,
or just be kids. Yeah, like just do kid shit. Like
to gain something, from them.
There
And
seems to be no question about it. I mean, child actors on whole seem to have a pretty bad outcome. It seems like. I mean, that's easily recognizable when you look at it.
I'm surprised I survived. There's days where I look around and some of my friends did not, and it's sad. So I told my therapist, I'm like, did I really survive? Like, I feel like I'm gonna wake up one day and I'm gonna be way more on the floor than I am, and it puts a toll on you. So I just don't feel like kids should feel that they can consent to something so with an institution behind it that can not only exploit them, but also pressure them into doing things that they don't necessarily want to do. Because I just realized after a while, like I realized, like, do I want to be an actress? Like, you don't even know what you want to be at 5 years old. You might change your mind. But what happens when you put all your eggs in one basket, for example, it's very hard to get out of that. So that's why it's important that kids don't feel stuck in something early on just through their parents.
Which is literally what these family vlogs are. It's like you're at home. Your home is your work and your bosses are your parents. It's scary.
That freaks me out. I honestly, I don't support that whatsoever. It's just too much. It's like, and also, do you need the kids? Like, I don't know. I even feel kind of uncomfortable when I do, like, when I had Nova, all these different companies wanted to like give things for me to promote. And, I would there would be a diaper and I would have Nova already in my Instagram stories, and I would tag the thing. And it was still very hard for me. I was like, oh, it would trigger me a little bit. Like, am I exploiting my child? Like you think that because of your own personal.
Yes. Yes. Oh, it's not just about the harm that could be done directly to the kids, co-stars. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, it's all very fucked. Right. Yeah. It's exploitation all the way down.
Experience. And I was like, no, obviously I'm not doing that. But there is this fine line where we all have to be very much aware in the virtual realm of how we are incorporating our children into our virtual lives. I think having awareness around it's not going to be a bad thing.
No.
Like just being a little bit aware of that fact. It doesn't mean you have to be perfect. I don't think any of us are going to be perfect millennial parents. Like, what do you want? You know, like there's so much. But being aware of it, I think, and having the conversations around it is not going to hurt anybody. I think that is important.
Okay, Alexa Nikolas, what a joy. What a pleasure. This conversation went way longer than I thought it would because it was just
I know.
So it was just so fascinating, endlessly interesting and insightful. And I really appreciate you calling in and sharing all that with us.
Thank you so much. Thank
And-
you for having me and listening to me.
Of course. And everyone who wants to check out more of her, again, all the links are in the description. And her new show is coming out tomorrow on YouTube. So check it out.
And in the role of a lifetime.
And a role of a lifetime, Alexa Nikolas, who's from Tiptoe fame.
Of a lifetime.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I want to be known for anyways. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great evening. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Have a good one. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
In the role of a lifetime.
And in the role of a lifetime.
Dude, the Tiptoe connection
That is crazy.
was everything to me. She saw Gary Oldman creeping around on his knees. She was there.
That's awesome.
That's like being witnessing Pearl Harbor or 9/11 or
Yeah.
something.
Where were you at?
She was there. Wow. That was way longer than I thought it would be. We did like a full interview with her. That was like over 2 hours. Shit.
Yeah. We're at 3 hours right now.
What do you guys think about all that?
I was fascinated the whole time.
Yeah.
She's been through so much. Her book would be so long.
Does she not have a book? She should if she doesn't.
She should, 100%.
For sure.
The thing,
In a book?
In a book?
The thing that is really good is I feel like there would be a lot of skepticism and doubt about everything she says. But like when Britney came out and co-signed everything, that I feel like is so powerful for her.
Yeah.
And a really just a great
her.
thing that happened. Sam and Cat actually this is what I remember. Thank you, Cam.
No, this is from Reddit, actually.
Oh, it's from Reddit. Thank you. I used to watch this show. Thank you, guys. Yes. With the feet at the bottom. Shame on you.
She's so cool. I loved her in Zoe 101.
I never even goddamn heard of that show.
Oh my God, now I take it out of the list, obviously.
So you're a lot younger. So I think I
Yeah.
was way too old for that.
But when I was a kid,
remember
when I
that.
didn't understand, that was one of the faves.
Dude, Dan Schneider, what a sick fuck that dude is.
You know, I was sort of talking to Ahmad Avery on the side. Maybe a content cop on him. I mean, actual court as well, but it is
He needs
wild.
real court.
Yeah, but it's crazy how much stuff people don't know about. And that Ariana video was insane.
Yeah, that
was rough.
Yeah.
He needs the judicial system.
We got to go find him in Thailand. He's for sure somewhere in Southeast Asia. Has to be.
Yeah.
Nickelodeon paid him $7 million to break his contract and fuck off because there was a bunch of like.
You know how far $7 million goes in Thailand?
Oh yeah.
Okay, the Seth MacFarlane stuff is pretty explosive. I know she doesn't want to go there, so I don't want to probe too. I don't want to probe at all. But and then the Jonah Hill thing, Jason Schlong. You know what I like about her? She's not afraid to name names.
It's awesome.
Like, and I get that people don't want to do that
Right.
because who the fuck wants all that smoke?
Well, I thought it was awesome when you asked her, like, have you been contacted legally? And she's like, no, because I tell the truth and people know that it's the truth and they don't want it to be looked into.
That's the ticket, right? Because if somebody sues her for defamation, it opens all their
skeleton.
Exactly, it opens all the deposition.
All their
it opens
messages.
it all to discovery, to investigation. So, someone like Seth MacFarlane to be like, "Hey, she defamed me," then it's like, okay, well,
Let's see.
I now can investigate every facet of your life.
Right.
But I was scared for her, because I wanted to make sure she wasn't going to come on here and get in trouble. I assumed somebody had already come at her legally, but that's surprising. Nobody has.
Badass.
But yeah, she names names. I think that's really brave and incredible. You don't see a lot of people that do that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's like, yeah, this dude, Jason Schlong's roommate was like statutory raping my friend.
Yep.
And here's his name and face.
Yep.
I was like, yo.
We're speaking the facts, she said.
That's good for her.
Allegedly.
Today I only want to talk about the facts.
That's right. That's so me right now. I saw a lot of people getting triggered over the Johnny Depp stuff, as I knew it would. You see how
Not again. Oh God, no.
Grumpy. I knew people aren't ready to move on from that yet. But I look forward to more stuff about that coming out. I really do. I really do. I think that over time, we're going to learn that Johnny Depp was not this innocent victim. That's just, that's my feeling. That's some stuff that I've read. Justin Schlong, not Jason Schlong. But I understand if you loved What's Eating Gilbert Grape or whatever.
It's Pirates. It's all Captain Jack.
It's all Captain Jack stands.
Definitely.
Yo-ho.
She was not saying, people were like, men can be abused. She never said that.
Yeah, no.
Women can't be abusers. Oh, she never said that. Obviously. But I think overall that was great. Yeah, that's what I think. I think I think they were both abusers. That's what I got. They're both treated each other horrifically. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But it's not easy to talk about.
That's how I
People are
feel,
still
too.
charged up about it. There it is. Alexa Nikolas, everybody.
Woo!
Fantastic. Let me see. I mean, we've been going for a minute. It's already 4:30. Shit. I can talk about. Actually, I could talk about one more thing. The Fantanos being sued by Activision is pretty interesting.
Yo, this is crazy.
Our boy Melon Fantano is being sued. And this is so interesting because it's
not
exactly
Melon.
what the fuck we're doing to these scumbags, these scum brands that use my voice to sell their shit. So here's what happened. Fantano, friend of the show, music critic, everybody knows him. So, okay. So he had this really viral sound. You guys probably remember. That's enough slices. Okay, enough slices. There was like a video of someone cutting the pizza. You know what I'm talking about? Everybody remembers that, right? That's enough slices. You could pull it maybe. So he had this viral sound. By the way, his had 50,000. Mine has 100,000. I just don't know if anybody wanted the numbers on that. It is relevant, I think. And so he was hitting him up and being like, yo, Activision, one of the biggest, richest gaming companies in the world. Why are you using... Oh, here it is. Actually, this is perfect.
Ooh, a fresh
This is it.
pie. Save me a slice. That's good. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's... All right, that's good. Okay. All right, okay, all right. Okay, that's good. That's good. It's enough slices!
I did not know that was Anthony Fantano.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Yeah, that's all
I just
him,
know that
man.
sound.
That's all
It's enough slices.
Anthony.
Wow, congratulations,
And
Anthony.
so-
That's amazing.
So I guess I don't have the one that Activision used because they erased it. Or do you have it? Oh, Dan. Is that Dan sending it me or somebody else?
It's Dan, yeah. Initially it was me, but Dan's been in here.
So Dan.
Yeah.
Queen, you can't
Hi,
do nothing
Dan.
wrong.
Hi,
Dan is the
girl. Hi, Dan at Homesick, girl.
Miss you, girl.
Did I ever say why he wasn't here? Yeah, he's sick.
I think he's not here because he's jealous of me.
Dan blocked me.
Dan. Show me. Why are you showing AB? Hi, girl.
Dan,
We
Dan,
love
do it
you,
back.
girl. Get better.
Dan, do
Get
it back.
better. Dan's at home doing this, I guarantee it.
He did.
So, Anthony, they used the sound to promote a Crash Bandicoot sneaker. Super commercial use by a massive business. And he says to them, yo, y'all gotta pay me because you use that shit in your ad. And he's 100% right.
Yep.
Okay.
Can't just
He
steal
said
shit.
Fantano allegedly claimed that the use of the audio created confusion, mistake, or deception about his involvement. 100%. You have a right to your likeness. Okay. Giant media companies don't get to use your voice or your face or whatever it is to sell their shit without your permission. That's not how it works, people, just because it was on a TikTok. Okay? So here, now, Scum Division, now they came back and they're not really suing him, but they came back. Here, let me read this. The corporation claimed that Fantano demanded it immediately pay him substantial monetary damage in the six figures ballpark. If they didn't pay up, Fantano said his lawyers told Activision they'd better be prepared to defend a lawsuit. Fantano allegedly claimed that the use of the audio created, So 100% agree with Fantano, and this is really sneaky what Activision's doing. They're trying to muddy the water to make Fantano look like he's greedy. And whatever they want to say, the lawyer, this is just lawyer bullshit. They posture all the time. You know what I mean? You go to your lawyer, I want $10,000. They're like, okay, cool. We asked him for $250,000. That's how this is how these people think. You know? So they put out a press release, I think, this Rolling Stones article trying to look at this. They're trying to make it sound absurd. Anthony Fantano is courting lawsuits over his TikTok pizza meme. Okay, fuck you guys. That's a really shitty way. How about this? How about this headline? Activision stole Anthony Fantano's voice to sell Crash Bandicoot sneakers.
Fuck you.
I don't think anybody's going to like that. And why should Anthony Fantano, why should he let Activision? How much are those motherfuckers worth? You know what I mean? Fuck them. Y'all don't know how the law works all of a sudden because TikTok's out? Like, I've had media people, I've done commercials, like, the media people are so anal. They sign a release. If there's art in the background, if you don't have the artist's direct written consent, you have to remove it. You can't wear shirts with logos. Like, they know how the law works. But all of a sudden, TikTok comes out, and now Activision wants to be able to use anyone's sound for any purpose. Fuck that. You know what I mean? Hell no. Fantano's threats laid out in a letter issued to Activision centered around right of publicity. Exactly. Claims for false endorsement. Even though the audio clip, as Activision argued, is available for public use on the app, you morons. There's a big difference between people using it for their personal entertainment use and commercial use of Activision using it to sell Crash Bandicoot
Weasley little liars,
sneakers,
dude.
you fucks. The audio in question has been used in over 54,000 videos, and again, mine was 100,000, and I don't know if anyone's counting. Was anybody counting?
I'm looking for it. I can't find it.
But Fantano, so let's see. Check this out, these scumbags. These scumbags got a statement from Activision's lawyers. Look what they said about him. In an apparent effort to even further profits from the Slices video. Oh, greedy Fantano with the Slices video. Fantano has embarked on a scheme whereby he selectively threatens to sue certain users of the Slices audio unless they pay him extortionate amounts of money for their alleged use. Fuck you, the lawsuit reads. Notwithstanding that thousands of TikTok videos containing the Slice audio have been available on TikTok for years. No shit. Y'all really pretending like you don't know the difference between commercial and use? Fantano suddenly decided that Activision's video infringed his publicity rights and constituted a false endorsement. Dumbasses. Yeah, suddenly, exactly. Does Jimmy fucking whoever lip syncing to the sound? Is he endorsing a product, moron? In response to the threats, the corporation claims they...
Your campaign is pretty baller, though. It's literally his content, right? Yeah. Like, what do you expect? He's a content creator. What? He's just not handing away IP, like...
offered to take down the video and eventually did,
Halo
but they
tier.
were met with a aforementioned ultimatum. Fantano claimed that the use of the audio clip, yada yada, blah blah blah. The critics seemingly thought the threat of a lawsuit would get him paid, but now he's one being sued. Again, this is moronic. It's misleading. He's not being sued.
So dumb.
They filed a what's it called? Okay, so they're seeking a declaratory judgment. So they basically just went to a judge and was like, let's just resolve this. They're not suing him, moron. Who wrote this? Dude, this is as hacky as the James Charles article. I swear to God, man. This is basically just a paid promo from Activision trying to... It's like, why do you even care? Just pay him $100,000, fuckers. Let him just, you know what I mean? Just pay him off. Or you don't have to pay him that much. Just pay him off, man. You guys fucked up. Why you gotta sue him over it? Or not, he's not being sued, but why you guys be dicks over it? Go to the media, try to paint him out like the bad. Activision's making someone feel like the bad guy, the most predatory shit fucking dicks in the gaming industry. Activision, the kings of microtransactions, are accusing Anthony Fantano of being greedy. That's rich. Activision, who literally ruined Blizzard, and I'm trying to enjoy Diablo 4, but it's shit. The game fucking sucks because of Activision. Y'all just buy fucking video game companies and then ruin them.
Real.
Let me read the first paragraph here. Imagine going through the entire process of securing a law degree in hopes of presenting clients in meaningful court cases, only to ultimately end up defending them in a lawsuit surrendered around the use of a 19-second TikTok audio. That's the reality for attorneys representing Anthony Fantano, the YouTube music critic who has been named as a defendant in a lawsuit from video game developers Activision Publishing. You are literally the dumbest person alive. Who wrote this? Yeah, I'm sure the lawyers are like, no, this is below me. Activision stealing my client's audio for commercial use is below me. I did not go to law school for this. I went to law school for something better than this. So dismissive, so pathetic. How much did you get paid by Activision? Did they even pay you dollars, or did they pay you in like Activision bucks? Like
Call of Duty bucks?
Yeah, V-bucks. Did they even pay you cash, you sellout? You probably did it for V-bucks, loser. Probably gave you an exclusive mount for one of their dog shit games. Ironically, that might be worth a lot of money.
Yeah, I was kind of raising my eyes over
Exclusive
the
mount?
Exclusive
Oh,
mount
let's
in World of
talk.
Warcraft.
Let's talk.
Let's go.
They said, and again, the dick sucking of Activision continues. In any event, no reasonable consumer was mistakenly believed that Fantano, who admits that users had no idea the Slice's audio featured his voice, I did, sponsored or endorsed Activision or its video merely because the Slice's audio was included in that video. Doesn't matter. It's his voice. You don't get to put anybody's voice on an ad. It's simple. Why are you guys pretending to know that's not fucked up? To the contrary, Fantano's own admission that the Slice's audio is a TikTok meme wholly undercuts any such assertions. I can't believe they actually wrote this. Members of the public are no more confused about Fantano's involvement with the video than they are with any of the other thousands of TikTok videos containing Slice's audio. I mean, so obtuse. How could you write this? Why are they taking this fight up?
How are you an Activision simp? Like, what?
So yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I'm doing when I'm sending legal letters to people who use my sound. I don't know, whatever, you know what I mean? They can't use my voice to sell shit. It's that simple. If you want to sell shit using my voice, you need to talk to me. And
Wait. Do you think he would be mad I'm reacting right now?
Anthony Fantano's 100% right, and I do not like. They're like, you know who's right? This billion-dollar corporation who's trying to steal this YouTuber's audio. It's a real David versus Goliath. And the big evil Anthony Fantano is bullying the small, little, helpless Activision. Fuck you. What is this? Activision CEO Bobby Kotick knew for years about sexual misconduct allegations as video game giant. Oh, brother. Don't even get me started, Bobby.
There's a lot of juice on Bobby. Good old Bobby.
This dude doesn't even game.
He's a fucking dumbass. He ruined all my favorite games.
Dude, Diablo 4 should have been a great game.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
For no fucking reason.
That's the game I'm playing, bro.
Like, he's the dude that kicks down the door of the developers and goes, we need this game out next week. The shareholders demand it. They're like, it's not done. We need like another year. Put it out now. Fuck you, Bobby. Get your money from somewhere else, not Anthony Fantano. Go cover up some more sexual misconduct allegations, bitch.
There's a lot of things on him, allegedly.
It's so confusing to me that they're taking this fight up. It's just so bizarre. Well, that was it. That was all I wanted to say. So, Anthony, if you are watching this, Fantano, we are united. I got your back, brother. Please stop bullying Activision, Anthony. They're big, and they're so defenseless, little Activision.
I was bullied. Red hair.
Please.
Dan, shut up, dude. You're sick. Don't chat. Don't even type in chat. Dan says it sucks. Ethan has like 200 hours in D4. Yeah, and it should be a better game. It's upsetting because I put a lot of time into it.
You should be a good judge.
Exactly.
If it sucks or not. Yeah. Come on, Dan.
No, it doesn't, Ethan. I've been playing with my friends for plenty of hours. They're just making it worse by nerfing. The game sucks. The end game sucks. They could have put so much more effort in to building out a good end game that was like engaging and long lasting. And don't even get me started. I'm sick of this game. The world, they built this whole open world. It all looks the same. When you played the old Diablo games, you traveled to different biomes, new enemies, new environments. This game doesn't have any of that shit. Lazy. You know? Forget about it, huh? Whack Division. Thank you, Blizzard. Wolfie. Okay, this Lucas said, Ethan, personally, I don't find this girl's story interesting, but I love your content anyways. Thanks. Didn't ask. Why did you even type that? Like, what actually possessed you to share that opinion? You need to leave.
Boo.
Okay. Well, that's about it, guys. I had a great time here. A really fantastic guest. Despite what gotta find their name. Despite what that one commenter said.
Lucas?
Was it Lucas? Yeah, Lucas. And can you grab his Discord so I can ask him for permission next time? And
Yeah.
when we have a call in, I want to go over it with him.
Okay.
To make sure it's not boring for him. He doesn't pay $5 to watch me talk to people. I'm kidding. I love you guys. Thank you guys for being here.
Real though.
Tomorrow we'll be back. Leftovers is finally coming back. I know. We've been gone. We've been sick.
Very good. Very good. Leftovers returning. Yeah. Stuff. Do this real.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Right, tinky, tinky. Boop. That's sick. You don't need it, Sakai. That's a passing you had when you was a baby in. Oh my god!
Is this the fastest ding-dong ditch of all time? This company makes glasses that can generate subtitles in real time for when you're trying to listen to someone speak.
Yo, that's cool as fuck. Hell yeah.
So hi, I'm Tom, and this is Transcribe Glass, subtitles for the real world. So using our device, you can actually see captions for everything I say in your field of view in real time, while also getting a good sense of my lips, my environment, and everything else around me.
Someone had the amazing idea to create a lawn chair that's actually made of grass.
Let's go. Let's go. Fuck yeah.
I found an artist that likes to paint on hills and mountains. The paint is made of charcoal and will simply wash away when it rains.
That's sick. It's so big. Oh my god.
Someone tried performing an exorcism on a Halloween decoration they saw at the store.
Stop.
This is pretty awkward. This police officer couldn't believe that he had to give a speeding ticket to his boss.
Really?
The driver was a sheriff's deputy that was going 96 miles per hour in a 35 zone.
Sign right here. It's got a court date, time it must appear.
He actually did it.
A scientist wanted to show what it sounds like dropping a block of ice down a deep ice hole. When a veteran passes away, the U.S. military
No way those sounds were real. Those sounds were fake for sure.
will send someone to play the bugle in their honor, but some bugles are actually fake and simply have an electronic speaker on the inside. In this case, the speaker suddenly broke. Apparently, it's illegal to give out food to homeless people in Houston, Texas because this charity keeps getting expensive tickets from the police.
Can you explain to us what just happened?
I just got my 11th ticket for feeding the homeless, and this is number 30 for
so fucked up
for Food Not Bombs.
This guy trained these squirrels to give him a kiss.
Oh my god. Bro, you're gonna get rabies. What the fuck?
I am currently in Norway, and I recorded this video while out on a boat. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
I can't. The squirrels. What are you doing, man? What are you fucking doing? All right. That's gonna be all for me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the sub. I'll be back Friday. I'll finally finish editing the take clips, so I'm back to regular editing now. Thank God. God bless. So I'll see you then. Have a good one. Drink some water. Take care of yourself. Bye.
Because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, our democracy. You better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing? When we have a great system, great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves.